Fox Sports.
We are Black. We are Florida.
Yesterday, the Marlins' long dry spell came to an end with big hits and home runs, and there was much rejoicing. So who's next? Well, remember opening day, the pomp, the circumstance, the Cardinals? Yeah, the Cardinals are in town. The world champion Cardinals. Not those world champs, but it was a great parade, wasn't it? Cardinals, Marlins, next. And it was a great parade today, wasn't it? Come on indoors, folks. Roof is closed, AC's on. The world champs, the other world champs are in town. St. Louis Cardinals at 38-35. The Fish, big winners yesterday. A little flashback to opening night. The Marlins try to build off their 9-0 win. Daniel Descalso and the Cardinals are here. Ricky Nolasco trying to shut them down. Maybe another hot game from Greg Dobbs will do it. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. Big win for the Marlins yesterday, but a big task with the Cardinals in town.
Here's an interesting analogy. When you lose 9-0, you want to forget about it and go after the team you play the next night. But when you win 9-0 after a long losing streak, you want to carry that over. So we'll see how that goes tonight.
One of the big reasons the Marlins won 9-0, the play of Greg Dobbs. Greg Dobbs is the most serious guy in the Marlins clubhouse. That's why Logan Morrison dubbed him the most interesting man in baseball and asked for tweets as to why. So as we present his day yesterday, along with some of the tweets.
Well, first you look at his swing and his approach with the shift on. He got a two-seamer away and just went the other way for his first base hit. He never steals bases. Bases are given to him in tribute. How about his next AB? Didn't hit it all that well, but dropped it into shallow center. He's 2 for 2 so far in the ballgame. I talked to him about the home run. He said there was a man on first. He was looking for a pitch to pull because the hole was open. He thinks. He's a thinking man's hitter. What did he do? He hit a home run, his first of the year. Greg Dobbs played a little defense as well. How about the defense over at first base? Got the throw from Hanley, a backhand pick. He did a little bit of everything.
And he can assume the double play. That's why he's the most interesting man in baseball. All right, interesting starting matchup tonight. Marlins need a good start from Ricky Nolasco, to say the least.
There's no question about it. He goes up against a veteran, Jake Westbrook, who's coming off a complete game win against Detroit. But Ricky's last outing, not memorable. He went 3 1/3, gave up 9 hits and 9 runs at Fenway Park. He needs to be a lot better than that against this good offensive ball club.
It's the Cardinals. It's the Marlins. Westbrook, Nolasco, the bottom of the order producing yesterday. The Marlins trying to get on a roll and get some momentum. The world champion Cardinals are in town. Game 1 is next. the world champion St. Louis Cardinals and the Miami Marlins. Let's go down on the field. Craig Minervini, Jeff Conine.
All right, thank you very much, Rich. The Marlins winning that game yesterday. Hey, Hanley, very nice. That used to be I said the other day, Hanley, he hadn't done that in a while. Maybe he'll get hot for it. That's been missing. He did that in his big year. Let's talk, though, about the bottom of the lineup, Mr. Conine. And because that's been perfectly in place there for yesterday. And the Marlins like to see a little more of that big hits from the bottom of the lineup.
Well, they were sorely missing any production from the bottom of the lineup for quite some time. So yesterday it was a big boost to this team. We saw everyone, Omar Infante, Scott Cousins, and John Buck contribute here. Omar Infante with a double down the line. Scott Cousins next up does a beautiful piece of hit into the opposite field right there. Scores Greg Dobbs. And then the big blow comes back off the bat of John Buck, a 3-run homer to the big part of the field out there in center field off the home run sculpture.
Yeah, he said he had to run hard because in that part of town, that's the deep part of town, he wasn't sure it was out of there. Gabby the other day had 3 hits in the number 7 spot. What difference does it make for your club when you get to some production and big hits from the bottom of the lineup?
Well, I mean, you're setting the table with your guys where your best hitters reside, your RBI guys. So I think anything on the bottom of the line is kind of a bonus. And it helps turn that lineup over. And Jose Reyes even gets opportunities to drive in some runs.
Get on base, allow the pitcher to become a bigger factor, even with a simple play like a sac fly as well. All right, Marlins, St. Louis Cardinals. We've got game 1 of the 3-game series. I know the Marlins feel that they have to build on the game yesterday and play a good one to beat an impressive Cardinal team, the defending world champs. Coming up next.
Brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great deals on an amazing lineup of Toyota vehicles. Toyota, moving forward. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Papa John's. Right now at Papa John's, get any large pizza, even specialties, for only $12. Marlins Park, first of 3. Marlins and St. Louis Cardinals. The Redbird lineup looks this way, and they're hot. They swept Kansas City and scored a ton of runs in doing it. Rafael Furcal leads it off at short. John Jay, the former Miami Hurricane, is healthy and back in the lineup. Matt Holliday's in left. As Jeff Conine said, Carlos Beltran's having an MVP-type season. Alan Craig, one of last year's postseason heroes. Yadier Molina, the perennial Gold Glover. David Freese was the MVP last year of the League Championship Series and the World Series. Daniel Descalso's hot. He's hitting 7 straight. Jake Westbrook hits 9th.
You talk about a contrast in numbers. Ricky Nolasco's first 6 starts, he was 4-0 and had a nice ERA of 2.72. ERA's over 7, and he's 2-6 his last 8 starts. He needs to get back in that mode of getting ahead and then putting hitters away. When Ricky falls behind, he just hasn't been able to put hitters away.
Certainly was unable to do that in Boston when he got lit up by the Red Sox. Cleveland Clinic brings you the defense for the Fish.
And we'll take a look at that defense with Logan Morrison, Scott Cousins, and Giancarlo Stanton in the outfield. The infield, the same as yesterday with Greg Dobbs over at first base. John Bucks homered in 2 of the last 3 games he started. So right now, that defense, as always, brought to you by Cleveland Clinic.
Ozzie Guillen, Randy St. Clair. Guillen saying before the ball game he hopes that the starters get some sort of sense of competition, trying to pitch better than the other. And if the Marlin starters are able to pitch better than Mark Burley yesterday, then they'll really have something. Burley was splendid. 7 shutout innings in the 9-0 win. Pinch a penny, first pitch for Call, a dangerous leadoff hitter. And Nolasco misses outside. It is 1-0. You see the numbers by Furcal. What jumps out at you? Look at the RBIs. 30 RBIs from the leadoff spot. That's tops in baseball among leadoff hitters.
I'll tell you the other thing that jumped out at me, there are a number of hitters that have hit Ricky Nolasco very well. Furcal, one of them, 6 for 12 with a home run against Ricky.
1-1 pitch. Big breaking ball misses up. Bob Davidson calling balls and strikes behind home plate. Dan Bellino, Mike Malinsky, and Jerry Lane on the bases. 2-1 pitch coming to Furcal. And it's fouled back and out of play. Furcal certainly part of the story of the September surge last year. Remember, he was not a Cardinal until they traded for him on the eve of the deadline, July 31st. From the Dodgers to the Cardinals. Lines it into right. Stanton a few steps back, makes the catch. 1 out here in the first.
You know, for a ball club, the Cardinals first in the National League in batting average, second in home runs, first in runs. They've gone 11-11 in June. They've had kind of an up and down month. They lost 2 out of 3, lost 2 out of 3. They swept that series in Kansas City.
John Jay now. A full season last year, certainly for Jay. But this year, this is just game number 31. Injured his shoulder running into a wall earlier in the season. Drops down a bunt. Nolasco pounces, fires to first in time. Nice play by Ricky coming off the mound.
Just watching Ricky early on, his velocity's good. He's thrown 92, 93 miles an hour and makes a nice play as Jay tries to drop down a bunt, and Ricky pounces on it and throws him out.
And Ricky may be hurt. After he threw the ball, he took his glove off, and there was a bit of a look of concern on his face. And immediately, Ozzie Guillen and the Marlins training staff is out to check on him.
Well, the concern when you see a pitcher come off the mound and field the ball, when he throws it, as Ricky did, he's not in that same angle and release point and all that as he is when he's throwing a pitch. He gets off the mound quickly, backhands, and then a little bit sidearm. That's when he throws over to first. He made a good throw, too.
I think he sticks his ankle. Watch the ankle. See it roll a little bit?
That right ankle rolled a little bit before he planted it. Then he was able to plant it to make the throw.
Right there. Just a little tweak.
Hey, I'm saying good news, because it's not an arm or an oblique or anything like that. Hopefully the little rolling of the ankle, the initial pain will go away and he'll be okay.
Well, we'll find out soon enough, because he has to face Matt Holliday,
who's another one of those Cardinals that has had great success against Ricky. You see the numbers below. We almost forgot that the Cardinals were here opening night for that one game, a 4-1 St. Louis win.
So Nolasco to Holiday and a strike. I can remember a couple years ago when the Cardinals got Holiday, there were thoughts that, man, Holiday and Pujols together for the next 6, 7, 8 years. A lot of people assumed the Cardinals would sign Pujols, but they were unable to do so.
By the way, ankle is good. 2 good fastballs, 93 miles an hour.
Mike Matheny, their first-year manager, the former catcher for the Cardinals, former Gold Glove catcher for the Cardinals, has his ball club at 38 and 35. 0-2 pitch coming. Another fastball. Holiday fouls it back.
I think, Rich, there were some who thought when they signed Matt Holliday to that long contract, they looked ahead and thought, well, maybe that means the Cardinals aren't going to sign Albert Pujols.
Well, as it is, they're banking on the David Freeses and the Alan Craigs, and Holiday rolls it into left field for a base hit. Matt Holliday, a 2-out single. And they're also counting on Carlos Beltran. If you look closely at Beltran's numbers last year, it gave you an indication of what type of year he was going to have this year. He was 9th in OPS in the big leagues last year, very quietly in 2 pitcher-friendly parks in New York and in San Francisco. And look what he's done out of the gates in 70 games. Smacks it down the right field line. That's a foul ball.
Yeah, the key for Beltran, he's been able to stay healthy. I think playing right field has helped that a little bit. He doesn't have the wear and tear that a center fielder has.
He's almost 3 seasons removed from that microfracture surgery. It took him a full season to get back into the big leagues, and that's such a tough surgery to rehab from. But last year with the Mets and the Giants got him in a late July trade. That one is over the head of Dobbs and into right field. Stanton picks it up. Holiday will play station to station and stop at second. And so after the first 2 outs, Nolasco's given up 2 hits to Holiday, to Beltran.
This base hit on a fastball. The Holiday base hit was on the curveball. Both hitters on the pitches. The Cardinals don't run a whole lot, and in this case, Holiday's kind of a station-to-station guy, plus that ball was hit very hard.
Now Alan Craig. Craig was a World Series hero last year and has been very productive in just 33 games this year. Anytime you can match your games played with runs driven in, that's productive.
Yeah, 33 games, 33 RBIs. He started the year on the disabled list. He was coming back from knee surgery.
.1-0 pitch misses outside. Craig was a great pinch hitter in the World Series. He had 3 pinch hit RBIs, 3 game-winning RBIs, 3 home runs in that World Series. And remember, he got into the starting lineup in Game 7 because Holiday hurt his hand in Game 6 and couldn't play in Game 7.
All the pieces fell in the right spots last year for St. Louis.
Ricky's behind 2-0 to a dangerous hitter. And he misses outside.
You know, his clutch hitting, his pinch hitting has carried over this year with runners in scoring position. This year with runners in scoring position, hitting .415, 17 for 41.
He's sitting on a 3-0 pitch right now. And maybe the ankle is bothering Nolasco.
And I'm sure he has the green light here too, Craig.
Let's see what he gets. A running fastball that catches the outside corner. And it's 3-1. Papa John's Fox Tracks, that may have just caught the outside corner. John Buck is out to talk to Nolasco right now.
I think he wants to make sure, hey, is that ankle okay?
Well, you remember the sequence when he fell behind Mike Aviles in Boston. He hung a breaking ball and Aviles pounded it over the green monster for a 3-run homer. There's Yadier Molina.
Ricky has given up 10 home runs this year.
Three-one pitch coming. Foul back and out of play. Once Craig got into that Game 7 lineup, all he did was hit what would turn into the game-winning home run and made a home run robbing catch out in left field.
Now you have a situation 3-2, 2 out with not lots of speed. I say that with Beltran, doesn't have the speed that he used to. They'll be on the move.
Runners in motion. Check swing. Looked like he went. He did. Dan Bellino rings him up. Buck fires to first just to complete it. And Nolasco, after giving up a pair of 2-out hits, strikes out Alan Craig. Marlins and Cardinals. Scoreless top of the first. Bottom of the first. Here come the Fish. In this orderly fashion, Jose Reyes at shortstop. Handler Ramirez hit second. Giancarlo Stanton in the 3 spot. Logan Morrison in left field. Greg Dobbs at first. Omar Infantes at second. Scott Cousins in center. John Buck hits 8th and does the catching. And Ricky Nolasco will hit 9th.
All right, this is how I think positive about this matchup for the Marlins. Jake Westbrook, similar to a Derek Lowe. The Marlins have always had success against Derek Lowe. Lots of sinkers. He's the 3rd active pitcher lifetime in ground balls to fly balls. 2nd this year in the National League. So you can't try to pull him. If you try to pull him, you're playing right into his hand.
Reyes leading it off. He was 2 for 4 on that opening night against the Cardinals. And Westbrook misses up.
Well, change up. He'll use that occasionally.
Westbrook was splendid his last time out, beating Detroit 3-1 and going the distance. Roller cutting across is Descalso, and he makes the play. Cleveland Clinic brings you the Cardinals defense.
And it's a defense that's played very well this year. Holiday, John Jay, and Beltran in the outfield. David Freese for Call and Descalso up the middle. Alan Craig has been getting some time at first base, and the always very, very good defensive catcher Yadier Molina behind the plate.
St. Louis 5th in the National League in fielding percentage. Hanley Ramirez now, and Westbrook catches the outside corner with a good sinker at 91 miles an hour. Marlins had some big hits yesterday. Hanley finished his day with a 2-run triple. Breaking ball, and Hanley just missed it.
Yeah, he did.
Holiday makes the catch. 2 outs. Westbrook working quickly, and here comes Giancarlo Stanton.
Which is part of his MO. Jake Westbrook.
Stanton in yesterday's ball game was 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. He did not have the best of series against the Blue Jays in terms of contact. He did hit a home run in game 1. But 6 strikeouts, and he was chasing a lot of breaking balls away.
I'll bet you most of those strikeouts were pitches that weren't close to the strike zone that he chased. Westbrook, a real solid year last year for the Cardinals. 33 starts, won 12 games, 12-9.
Didn't mean to swing, and that flips the count to 1-2 instead of 2-1.
That's how Giancarlo right now is getting himself in a hole, not identifying pitches.
Got that one up the end of the bat. Jay started back, and now he's in, and he makes the catch. 9-pitch inning for Jake Westbrook. We're underway and scoreless going to the second in Miami. Brought to you by H.H. Gregg. Coventry Healthcare second inning in Miami tonight. City of Champions tonight after the big parade. Congratulations again to the Miami Heat. Well done on Sun Sports.
And the weather held up for the parade. They had a great gathering at the arena.
Never underestimate the power of Pat Riley. Yadier Molina, David Freese, Daniel Descalso. Fastball from Nolasco is up to Molina. And Yadier Molina, one of the, if not the premier catcher in the game. 29, 4 consecutive Gold Gloves, 3 consecutive All-Star selections.
Yeah, and he'll be there again this year. Not only has he won all those Gold Gloves, he's 8th in the league in hitting right now.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Big breaking ball from Nolasco, and it's 1-2.
As we said, this is a very solid lineup throughout. Number 8 hitter, Daniel Descalso actually one of their hottest hitters right now.
Molina fouls it back to the screen. The numbers that Molina is putting up this year, and impressive. An on-base percentage of .371, a .318 average, 10 homers, 39 RBIs. The guy that's just a little bit better in almost all those categories is Carlos Ruiz, who is having a terrific year. Bouncer in the hole at short. Reyes loads up and gets him for the first out of the second inning. Single game tickets on sale for this very first season in Marlins Park. Go to marlins.com to see the latest dynamic prices. Choose your seats, pick up single game garage parking passes, and print it all from the comfort of your home or office. Everything just a few clicks away on marlins.com.
So you think Ruiz and Molina will be in the All-Star game? A.J. Ellis out in L.A. with the Dodgers having a tremendous year as their catcher.
That's a great point.
So is Buster Posey.
And Buster Posey is the leader in the voting right now.
I mean, there's some good catchers this year. Until he got hurt, George Kataris with Milwaukee was having a solid year too.
Here is David Freese, and not a lot of people had heard of David Freese until the middle of last year. He played in 97 games for the Cardinals. Heck, a lot of people hadn't heard of him until the postseason. Freese fouls it back.
A lot of Cardinal fans weren't even quite sure.
He was originally drafted by the Padres. Wouldn't the Padres love to have him right now? And they traded him to St. Louis for Jim Edmonds. The 1-2. That one misses down low. And Freese just had an unbelievable postseason. 25 postseason hits. He hit .397 in the postseason. MVP of the National League Championship Series and the World Series.
He has had, Rich, his share of injuries. And it's one of the reasons 97 games last year. Broken left hand. He's had ankle surgery. Fractured his big toe a couple of years ago. So they just want to keep him on the field.
Of course, the charm of Freese last year in the postseason, the fact that he was an unexpected hero. Also some great stories. He spent the postseason sleeping on his buddy's couch in a place downtown because he had yet to move into his new place. Fastball foul back, and then once the postseason got going, you really don't want to break the whole feel of it. You don't want to jinx things. You don't want to change what's working.
He's probably sleeping on a rollout sofa, a futon perhaps.
He's out of Wildwood, Missouri, about 45 minutes away from St. Louis. Ricky's got a 3-2 pitch here at the knees and the outside corner, and Freese goes down. Velasco has a pair of strikeouts.
Ricky looks good. The ankle doesn't seem to be bothering him, and as I mentioned in that first inning, his fastball is crisp. Location was absolutely perfect on that one.
Yeah, pitch number 8 on the black, both at the knees and on the corner of the plate. Daniel Descalso now, who's at second base, saw most of his time last year, his rookie season, at third base. As Tommy pointed out, he's hot right now, a 7-game hit streak. Descalso fouls it back out of play.
Mike Matheny kind of mixes and matches at second base. Green has played there 32 times. Schumacher's played there 9 times.
Yeah, Descalso fits that Cardinal versatility as far as an infielder goes. You can move him all over the infield.
Yeah, he can play short. He can play third.
Schumacher the same, and Schumacher spent a lot of the postseason playing center field last year.
We've talked about that over the last few weeks about the versatility over the years of a number of Cardinal players.
Velasco just misses inside.
And Aaron Miles comes to mind.
We just saw Nick Punto
Yeah.
with Boston, and Punto was part of the World Championship last year.
So not only did La Russa like those guys, Matheny likes those guys.
Descalso fouls it back. And Descalso as well. He was in talking to Tony La Russa on opening night. This was one of the guys that La Russa pointed to and said he's a guy that came through in a lot of big spots. Pitch misses outside. He actually, Descalso, was a finalist for the Gold Glove at third base. He played enough at third and was terrific defensively that he was a finalist for the Gold Glove. And he rolls it foul. Full count. And it's outside. Descalso walks. And that'll at the very least turn the lineup over and bring up Jake Westbrook.
I would imagine, Rich, with Descalso somewhere in the athletic department, the baseball side, there's a nice photo of Daniel Descalso and Rich Waltz at UC Davis.
Descalso's picture's probably in a little more prominent spot as the all-time leading.
What did I read? His family had season tickets to Oakland games. They were A's fans.
He grew up in the Bay Area.
Sure.
He's the all-time leading hitter in UC Davis history. His average a little higher than mine. His was close to 400. Mine was just over 300.
Okay.
Westbrook. And he goes after a breaking ball. Ball and a strike. Nolasco has struck out 2.
All of a sudden, though, with a couple of base runners in the first inning, going deep in the count to Descalso, Ricky's pitch count at 42.
Outside corner. There seems to be a little run to Ricky's fastball.
Yeah, as I said, it looks crisp. I'd like to see him have a couple of low pitch innings so he can extend himself in this game with the kind of stuff he has.
Breaking ball got him. Nolasco has struck out 3 the first time through the St. Louis order. Scoreless in Miami.
Presentado en SAP por Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
In Miami, Marlins Park. Lots of smiles around town after the Heat parade today. The other world champs, the St. Louis Cardinals in town. Coventry Healthcare scouting report.
Well, we've talked about Westbrook being a ground ball pitcher, and he is that. Will use the changeup. We saw it in the first inning, and he does work fast. He only threw 9 pitches in that first inning to get his 3 outs.
Logan Morrison, Greg Dobbs, and Omar Infante will try to extend him a little bit longer here.
Here's a more conventional defense, too, on the infield with Logan Morrison, the hitter.
We'll see if it stays that way for Greg Dobbs right behind him. If you weren't with us yesterday, the shift that the Blue Jays have been employing throughout the weekend, Morrison crossing him up with a bunt hit, and Dobbs, of course, poking one down the third base line for a hit. Breaking ball, pulls it on the ground. Alan Craig smothers it. Westbrook getting a ground ball out. That's what he does best. And that brings up Dobbs.
Yeah, it is interesting from team to team how some play the shift, some don't. There's the big shift with Dobbs, yet Dobbs was able to get a 2-seam fastball away from Jesse Chavez, and that's exactly where he hit it. Then he blooped one into shallow center field for his second hit. I remember his third time up, there was a man at first, and he told me, well, he's trying to pull a ball in the hole. He got a good pitch to pull, and he hit it out for a home run.
Dobbs takes a strike. Infield pretty much straight up. His average up to 294. Hope you had a chance to see the outside of our telecast, the game telecast, and even in Marlins Live, liner to third, and enjoy all the different players giving their favorite tweets on the most interesting man in baseball, Greg Dobbs. We should have the players read this. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Miami Marlins, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins. Dobbs lines out. Here's Infante. He's hit in 6 straight and has upped his double total to 18 doubles. He and Giancarlo Stanton with 18 apiece. Smacks it into center field. Infante's got a 7-game hit streak. A 2-out single here in the second.
You know, Omar had that little lull period where he had that stretch. Remember, he got like a hit a game, but it was only 1 hit. He was going 1 for 4, 1 for 5. Now he's in a nice mode. He's swinging the bat a lot better.
This is going to be an interesting matchup here, and that's Westbrook against Scott Cousins. Westbrook, a guy that, as Tommy has pointed out, sinker, gets a lot of ground balls. Cousins with that.
He's a good low ball hitter.
He's a very good low ball hitter. So interested to see how this one works out.
And what does he see? He sees a kind of a cutter or a slider first pitch.
Westbrook, one of those guys that when he pitched at Sun Life Stadium, he would have a good flop sweat going in the first or second inning. As most pitchers, especially pitchers who came in on a road trip and had not pitched it in the humidity, it's still in Marlins Park humid, but obviously not as oppressive and not as much as it was outside. Very comfortable here tonight. Outside corner, you saw Cousins grimace at that. That's a perfect pitch by Westbrook.
Yeah, we've talked about his, well, maybe not so perfect, but his last outing, a complete game against a good hitting ball club, 3-1 win in Detroit for Westbrook.
Yeah, you're right. That wasn't so perfect, was it? To Westbrook, it was. I mean, if he can get a strike called and throw it 4 or 5 inches off the plate.
He's going there again.
Cousins flips a sinker out to left. Holiday comes charging in, and he makes the catch. Marlins leave Infante. Another 9-pitch inning.
outfielder Matt Holliday played in 124 games. Most of the time he missed was because of an appendectomy after game 1 of the season, but he missed a little playing time because of a moth. It happened in the 8th inning of a game in August. A moth got in his ear in the outfield. Trainer Barry Weinberg came over. They couldn't use light to get it out. They couldn't find it. They actually had to get a tweezer to eventually get it out. Holliday said it died from all the knowledge inside my head, though it was alive when they pulled it out of there. Next day, very wisely, Matt put on a television headset during batting practice to keep the moth from infiltrating his head again. Didn't stop him from having another good season, one of the best in baseball, and one of the strangest things you've ever heard in the game. Rich?
He is a hitting machine, that's for sure. Ricky Nolasco, top of the order, second time through for Rafael Furcal, John Jay, and Mr. Holliday.
An area right now, Rich, you want to see Ricky improve in. Just 2 of 10 first pitch strikes.
As you pointed out, pitch counts up, 45 pitches. Westbrook, in his 2 innings, just 18 pitches. Nolasco pours in a strike to Furcal, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think a lot of Cardinal fans were questioning what kind of year Rafael Furcal would have.
Dobbs is over. He's there, and he steps on the bag.
And he's having a terrific year.
Yeah, the answer is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Kyle Loesch, Carlos Zambrano tomorrow night, 6:30 for Marlins Live. 1 out. Here is John Jay. Well, the World Series comeback in Game 6 was improbable on its own, but just the fact that the Cardinals were 10.5 games out in late August, and that's 10.5 games out of the wild card, and then came back, and it was that dramatic final night of the regular season when the Evan Longoria home run knocked the Red Sox out. The Red Sox, of course, losing to Baltimore that night. That night earlier, the Cardinals had defeated the Houston Astros quite convincingly, and then watched as Philadelphia in extra innings beat Atlanta. And that's how they got to the postseason.
I think the Cardinals doing what they did last year, coming from that far behind in August, gives hope to a lot of clubs this year. Everybody's going to look to that.
Good pitch. Nolasco
Nice change up.
That change, and Buck throws out John Jay.
Get ahead, aggressive hitter. John Jay goes after that good changeup. Nicely done by Ricky.
And here is Holliday, who was playing in his 2nd World Series last year. Remember, he got to the 2007 World Series with the Colorado Rockies. This is a guy in Holliday who started the season as a career .315 hitter.
He's gotten on one of those tears. Got hot in Kansas City. With his base hit tonight, he's 9 for his last 13.
And his average is just over 300 at 301. Jose Oquendo, the very versatile Jose Oquendo.
I think the other thing Holliday has proven is that he can hit outside of Coors Field, too.
The fastball misses up. Ricky Nolasco, and coming off the mound and fielding a bunt by John Jay, slightly turned his right ankle. He then gave up hits to Holliday and Beltran in the first, but struck out Alan Craig. That was pretty close. That one apparently missing up from Bob Davidson's perspective. And it's pitch number 4.
Pretty close to pitch number 1.
Breaking ball. Holiday pops it high out into shallow center. Infante gives way to Cousins, and he makes the catch. Scoreless. Which segues us. You ever driven one of those Segways, Tommy?
I never have. They look like they're fun, though.
Cholula Hot Sauce spotlight player is John Buck. He was born in Wyoming, grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah. 8 years ago today with the Kansas City Royals, he debuted against this very team. And he hit a monstrous home run yesterday.
I saw a note, and I hate to bring it up because I'm going to put a little pressure on the crack staff because I don't know who he passed, but he just became the all-time home run leader from the state of Wyoming. 112 career home runs for John Buck.
This was it, and it was a big one. It was a 3-run shot early in the game, 411 feet from home plate.
He was just happy that he got out of the batter's box without cramping up.
Well, that's what he said. And he's such a good-natured guy. Apparently, the next day after he had hit that home run and cramped up in Boston, he was at a shopping mall and ran into Carlton Fisk. And
that's right.
And Fisk asked him what happened. And Buck said, "I was just paying tribute to you. I was trying to wave it fair." And then after Fisk got a kick out of that, he said, "Well, actually, my whole body had cramped up. It was hot and a sticky night in Boston."
Hey, you're going to like the name of the player he surpassed.
See, I have no knowledge of Wyoming baseball, so all I know is Kurt Gowdy is from Wyoming.
You're going to remember this name, too. He was a nice outfielder. Mike Devereaux.
Mike Devereaux's from Wyoming?
Yeah.
Wow. John Buck walks, and that's handy because Ricky Nolasco is up, and he can try to bunt him into scoring position.
Yeah, Mike Devereaux from Casper, Wyoming. I believe the Rockies have a short season team in Casper. And, of course, their nickname, the Ghosts.
Nice. Nolasco misses on the bunt.
Always a little tougher when you're trying to drop down that bunt and you don't have a speedy runner at first base. So Ricky knows that he needs to put down a pretty good bunt to advance John Buck to second.
You got Freeze at third, Craig at first. And if you leave it anywhere near the plate, it'll be sucked up by Yadier Molina. Nolasco lays it down foul, and the count's 0-2. Scoreless ball game, bottom of the third. Ricky Nolasco, Jake Westbrook. Westbrook 9 pitches each in the first 2 innings. Joe Espada running through the signs with Jose Reyes and Hanley Ramirez hoping to get a shot at driving in a run. Nolasco is going to have to push Buck to second. We've been trying to get it down the first baseline.
I think with 2 strikes, you just have to get it out in front of the plate.
And he gets it down that first baseline. Cardinals will get the out at first. Nicely done by Nolasco. John Buck resides at second. Top of the order comes up now Jose Reyes, Hanley Ramirez.
There were 2 things that were real nice there. Not only the bunt by Ricky with 2 strikes on him, but John Buck got a great jump at first base. He had a nice secondary lead, and as soon as he saw contact and the ball was going to go on the ground, watch the jump. See the little shuffle step? And that helped him get to second base.
Now, kids at home may be thinking, what is a secondary lead as opposed to a primary lead?
You're just getting yourself off and in his case, moving, too. Saw the shuffle of the feet. You're not expecting a throw over to first base.
You guys teach that at the Tommy Hutton Baseball Academy, right?
To the advanced students.
And you have a former instructor of the Tommy Hutton Baseball Academy here tonight, right?
That's right, in the Cardinal bullpen.
He was a catcher then or a pitcher then?
He was a catcher then.
Jason Mott. That one in the dirt, and it's 2-0. So Reyes now with an opportunity to put the fish on the board first. Marlins have just 1 hit the first time through against Jake Westbrook. That was Omar Infante's 2-out single in the second.
Got to give Ricky some props for sacrifice bunts. You know, we talk about him being the all-time Marlins leader in wins and strikeouts. That was his 48th sacrifice bunt. The only Marlin ever to have more sac bunts was Luis Castillo.
Reyes lines it down the left field line. Fair ball into the corner. Buck comes trotting home. Reyes racing around second, headed for third. And he is out by a bunch. Great throw from Holiday in the corner. With 1 out, Reyes trying to get to third and get himself 90 feet away, but Holiday from deepest, darkest left field guns him out.
Boy, this is nice hitting by Jose Reyes. Good job by Holiday. Picks it up, and then a perfect 1-hop throw to David Freese. You can see the idea. You can't fault Jose. He had that play in front of him. He's doing that all on his own. And it took the perfect play by the Cardinals to pull it off.
Matt Holliday is all wet. I think somebody, a fan, may have dumped something on Holliday when he was in the corner. You see Mike Matheny, the Cardinal manager, out. It was after the throw. You see the right arm.
He's saying, yeah, hey, come on here and deal with this.
And I think the umpires.
And they should, and it shouldn't be done by a fan.
Mike Matheny out talking to Jerry Lane.
Jerry Lane, the crew chief. Jerry Lane missed a few days. He took a bat off the head while umpiring behind the plate not too long ago. So good to have Jerry back.
And so it looks like they are down to escort a fan out of there.
And, well, they should.
I don't think it came from that high in left field.
No, I think it came from over on the other side. Hard to tell.
So the result, Marlins have a run. Hanley Ramirez is up. and Westbrook has fallen behind 1-0. Hanley just missed a breaking ball on a fly ball out his first time up, and a big swing and a foul out of play. Hanley looking for his first home run since June 3rd. Bit of a drought. He did drive in 2 runs with a triple in yesterday's ball game in the win over the Blue Jays. Sends that one into shallow center. Jay broke back and now in, and he can't get there. And it kicks off his shin. Hanley at first base with a base hit. Big swing, and it fooled John Jay in center field.
I think we've seen a few center fielders fooled because of the spaciousness in center field here at Marlins Park. But Jay went back because he saw the big swing, and Hanley's able to pick up a base hit. Now it'll be interesting to see if he has the anchor on over there, if he's thinking about a stolen base to get into scoring position for Stanton.
Giancarlo Stanton flied to center back in the first. Of course, some would argue that Hanley is in scoring position for Giancarlo Stanton right now at first base, but as we noted, Stanton the last couple of ball games has struggled making consistent contact. Westbrook's out in front 0-1. Runs that fastball in.
That's a great old line about power hitters. They're in scoring position when they step into the box.
And you can see the pattern that the Cardinals are following with Stanton.
Hard in, soft away.
That hard in got in on his hands for call. Fires to first in time. Marlins get a run on a couple of hits, and it's 1-0. Marlins Corona Light offering 6 lucky Marlin fans the chance to win 4 tickets in a Fiesta Suite for an upcoming game at Marlins Park. Just go to your local participating retailer and look for the Corona Light display for details on how to enter and win. Relax responsibly. Cleveland Clinic 4th. Marlins have a 1-0 lead. Ricky Delasco to work on Alan Craig. Rather, Carlos Beltran. Alan Craig. Yadier Molina. Little tapper. And it's foul.
You've played as long as Beltran has and put together some of the numbers he has, you start getting into some really interesting territory. He's the only switch hitter to have over 300 home runs and 300 stolen bases.
He's creeping up on a few milestones. He's 5 hits. Well, I guess what? 4 hits shy now of 2,000. He's 1 double shy of 400. Flips that one out into left center. Cousins in front of Morrison. Makes the catch. AT&T Trivia. Let's see what that brings tonight. Flip it. And flip it good.
You can flip it.
Who's the only Cardinal to hit for the cycle twice? Wow. Is it? You're going to have to give us a hint.
I like to. It's just fun just to throw out some names, though. I like a Tommy Herr or an Andy Van Slyke.
Here's Craig, and Craig takes a breaking ball.
Bake McBride, Lonnie Smith.
Just keep throwing them out. Tim McCarver. Ozzie Smith.
Keith Hernandez.
How about Lonnie Smith? Did you say Lonnie Smith?
Lonnie or Ozzie, either one. But I think we got the buzzer on both.
I was thinking maybe Willie McGee.
Ah, that's a good guess.
Willie McGee from my neck of the woods. Willie McGee and Vince Coleman were just a dynamic duo at the top of that lineup. Whitey Herzog's ball club. They ran a lot and won a lot.
They were truly a team built for AstroTurf. But I think we probably are in the wrong era.
The 2-2. A liner. Reyes has it. 2 outs. Well, we need a hint, obviously, to get us in the.
Do we need to get a little more current?
Correct era. Give us a decade. 60s.
Oh, wow.
Ken Reitz.
No, he was 70s. Couldn't run either. He probably couldn't have gotten the triple.
Here's Yadier Molina. So 60s, is that what we're being told? All right.
Kurt Flood.
Oh, that's a good call.
Lou Brock.
Good call.
Oh, God.
Julian Javier. To right.
Hey, the whole thing about this, it was a great inning for Ricky while we threw out all those names.
See, he deserves a bell for that.
Give Ricky the bell.
Our prices bring you in, our people bring you back. Like Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. And by the Florida Department of Transportation, drive sober or get pulled over. What a great look at downtown Miami, Michigan.
That's in honor of Mike Matheny, the Cardinal manager out of the University of Michigan.
You don't miss a beat, do you? Logan Morrison stands in. Greg Dobbs, Omar Infante to follow in the fourth. Westbrook and Morrison way out in front of a breaking ball. And it's 0-1. Morrison bounced to first back in the second. Westbrook is kept the Marlins off balance for the most part. But his undoing, a leadoff walk in the third. Morrison pulls a ground ball. Descalso on a knee. Fires to first. All right, how about Mike Shannon? Came up with that during the break.
Boy, we're starting to run out of names.
Hapless.
Well, I mean, can you go back? He did play a little bit in the '60s. Stan Musial.
Ken Boyer,
Gold Glove third baseman. And so many times you see guys who hit for the cycle, and they're kind of the unlikely guy.
Well, we gave it a shot. Here's Greg Dobbs. There's a strike. Let's check in with Craig.
Hey guys, Eduardo Perez, the Marlins hitting coach, noticed something with Greg Dobbs' swing in that Tampa Bay series when he was struggling a bit, had a lot of starts, 1 for 10 of the series. He went back to look at tape from earlier in the year when Dobbs was on fire. And what Eduardo told me is he noticed, and he said it was quite clear, that he was standing up when he was doing well and kind of leaning forward during the downtime there in that Tampa series. Dobbs took a look at it and said absolutely, made a little correction. Since then, he's 6 for 15, comes off the big day. Sometimes those little tweaks, and they seem so microscopic at times, can make a big difference for you.
And Eduardo Perez, 4 years as a Cardinal.
But not in the 60s.
Nope. 1999, 2000, 02, and 03.
0-2 to Greg Dobbs. Dobbs lined to left back in the second. Westbrook cuts that one up under his hands.
You talked, Rich, about the postseason. Jake Westbrook was the winning pitcher out of the bullpen in Game 6 of the World Series.
That was one of those all hands on deck.
Yeah, he came on and pitched the 11th inning.
Of course, the Cardinals had to come back and tie it in the 9th. And then after Josh Hamilton homered against Jason Mott, they had to come back from 2 runs down and tie it again in the 10th. And then Freese walked off with the home run in the 11th.
Yeah, Freese became a household name in St. Louis.
2-2. It was a 2-run triple that he hit to tie it, send it to extras. Two coming, way out, and Dobbs comes back. I thought maybe our count was wrong, and because it said 2-2, and I called it 2-2, and then Dobbs was trotting down to first.
Now, the most interesting man in baseball wasn't sure of the count right there.
He can assume the double play, but he can't assume that that was ball 4.
I wonder if Bob Davidson, home plate umpire, said, "Where are you going?"
Now Dobbs trying to refocus here. And he shoots that one foul.
One thing about Dobbs, when you watch him, always gives you a solid at bat. This next pitch will be number 10 in this at bat.
Dobbs goes after a low fastball. And Jay makes the catch. You can visit the Marlins homepage on foxsportsflorida.com and vote today on the Cleveland Clinic Florida community poll question. So go to foxsportsflorida.com, click on the Marlins homepage, and go to the Cleveland Clinic Florida community poll question.
And speaking of voting, by the way, I believe the All-Star voting ends Friday.
Fonte takes down low. Omar singled in the second. He's extended his hit streak to 7 games. RBI double by Jose Reyes has provided the only run of this ball game. Marlins and Cardinals meeting for the second time. The first, of course, that opening night. The Cardinals were here for just one night. Descalso. It's a first in time. 1-0 Marlins. Cardinal wins. Matt Holliday's at 361. The Cardinals certainly depending on Matt Holliday. You can count on Just for Men Auto Stock 4 foolproof results. Subway 5th, 1-0 Marlins on top. With the win, the Marlins extracting themselves and keeping themselves from the cellar, Artico standings, the People's Gas.
Well, with the win and the fact that the Phillies were swept in that doubleheader against the Rays.
The Marlins find themselves a full game in front of the Phillies. Here's Freese, and he takes a big breaking ball for a strike.
To show you how Ricky has settled in the first 2 innings, remember the total pitch count was 44. Total pitches in innings 3 and 4 was 22, so he cut that in half.
He's got that good sharp breaker working tonight. Freese, Descalso, and Jake Westbrook, bottom third of the order for the Cardinals in the top of the 5th. Fastball smacked right back at him and into center field. An 0-2 pitch that Ricky left out over the plate. So Freese is aboard, and here comes Descalso.
Yeah, a little too hittable. 0-2.
That was fast. We don't have a sponsor yet for Fast Mo, but we're working on it.
It would be quick
to Descalso. Goes after a fastball. He drives it into right center field. Cousins comes on, and Scott's there and makes the catch. Velasco has an out. Here comes Westbrook. The Phillies, by the way, are playing the Hot Pirates And that's in Philadelphia. And the Phillies have a 5-2 lead in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, the Pirates certainly making their presence known in that National League Central Division. Coming into play tonight, a game behind Cincinnati. Cardinals 2 games off the pace.
So Carlos Ruiz must have heard that we were talking about him in the All-Star game. He's 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored.
He knows that we like him.
He's hitting .354. The Blue Jays, to neither of our surprise, have 5 runs against Boston early. 5-2 Toronto in Boston in the 3rd. Roller up the first baseline. Buck will pick it off the line and fire to first and get the out. John was running out of time. I mean, he was hoping it would roll foul, but if he let it go any longer and it stayed fair, he would not have been able to get Westbrook at first.
And you're at the point in a game you have to get the out. And his initial thought, okay, maybe it'll go foul, but once he realized it wasn't, he had to get the out at first base. Yeah, in that game at Fenway, the Blue Jays got things started with a Brett Laurie base hit. Colby Rasmus hit one out.
No surprise, having watched them for 3 games. Remember when we talked about Furcal and the RBIs out of the leadoff spot? 30. That leads all leadoff hitters in baseball. And here he is in that spot with Freese at second. He's driven in 30 runs.
We talked about Furcal his season last year, and the other question about Furcal was the fact that the Cardinals signed him to a 2-year contract. I know there's some people around baseball who are questioning Furcal at his age, the number of games he's played, to extend him with that 2-year contract. So far, it's paid off.
Remember, he was the Rookie of the Year a long time ago when he started his career with Atlanta.
2000.
2-0 coming. Roller up the middle. Infante spears it, fires to first in time. Nice play by Omar Infante. And Ricky Nolasco scoreless through 5.
Presentado en SAP por Toyota.
Welcome back, Marlins Park. 1-0, Marlins on top. Cookie and Raul join us now. Cookie, you were a very good second baseman in your day. I want to have your thoughts on this play by Omar Infante and the ball that Furcal hit to end the 5th. It kind of skidded on him, didn't it?
Well, it sure did. It was to his right, and I think he went after the ball trying to get in front of him, but he sees he can't do it. Tries to backhand the ball and does a heck of a good play to retain that pitch, that ball.
Scott Cousins takes the first pitch from Jake Westbrook and lines it into left field.
Hey, I along with you, I'm sure, Cookie, I'm enjoying the at-bats the last couple of nights of Scott Cousins. He's had opportunities of pitches away, and he's taken the ball away. There's that ground ball again to Infante that stayed down.
Yes, he did. And that was a great out, especially with a guy like Forcal that can run, very well from home to player to first base.
John Buck now. Marlins try to keep the momentum rolling, guys. I guess from the deepest depths of where they were to yesterday's 9-0 win, and hopefully some momentum. Runner goes, pitches out, the throw down to second, and he is out. I'm not sure if that was a hit and run.
I think he took off right off the bat, and I think Molina just made a perfect throw.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was a hit and run. The pitch was so bad, Buck starts to go after it. You still have to throw the bat or try to swing or something, and you see that more and more nowadays on a hit and run. It doesn't matter where the pitch is. Throw the bat, do something, try to distract the catcher,
or at least slow the catcher down.
Yeah,
yell at him something like they do in basketball, right? But Molina, he's excellent throwing guys out. He's averaging 39% from behind the plate. He's one of the best. And getting to what you were saying, Rich, I love that. I think we saw Jack McKeon do that quite often, where if a guy's hot or a guy's coming up from the minors that day, he gives them the shot, and if they respond, then they'll stay in that lineup until the bat cools off.
The only thing I said, Tommy and Richie, as far as the hit and run was concerned, that with a man like Buck, that swings a lot of misses, sometimes it's difficult to make a hit and run play.
It is, but you know what? I like to see it because sometimes it puts pressure on that hitter to concentrate and make contact.
I think I agree with you on that one, no question.
And Buck does make contact and dribbles it into center field for a base hit. All right, guys, have a good show.
All right, guys.
You too, fellas.
All right, have a good one. Yeah, there's no way that was a straight steal with Cousins and in the part of the order that the ball club's in here in this fifth inning. And you saw John Buck look at it, go after it, but it was so bad he didn't swing, but you still have to try to let it fly, let the bat go.
There are some hitters, and in maybe days gone by, that would actually throw the bat at the ball.
Manny Sanguillen.
Just trying to, because if you can make contact with the ball, at least get a piece of it, it's a foul ball, and the runner isn't going to get thrown out. Now, Cousins had a pretty good jump, but remember, that's a Molina back there.
Yeah, that's another reason you're not going to try to steal a lot of bases with Molina. So because of that, that's why you try to maybe create some other things and put on some hit and runs.
Yeah, career 44% in throwing out runners. He's one of the best defensive catchers to ever play the game. And he now owns 2 World Series rings. In fact, all 3 of the catching Molina brothers have 2 World Series rings. Benji and Jose each got one with Anaheim. It was then Anaheim back in 2002. Benji got another with the Giants in 2010. And I believe Jose got his second with the Yankees in 09.
Yadier also got a nice contract.
Oh, yeah.
He's signed through 2017.
5 years, $75 million, and that doesn't kick in till next year. Velasco sets it down again, and Westbrook flips on over to first, and the Marlins are hopeful that this combination works like it did in the third inning when Reyes doubled down the left field line and drove John Buck home.
Well, each time, and again, 2 perfect sacrifice bunts by Ricky Velasco, each time he's dropped it in that same area. First base side of the mound, he's made Westbrook field it, and each time Buck's gotten a good jump.
Remember, Reyes' ball went into the left field corner. Holiday picked it out of the corner and threw Reyes out at third as he tried to stretch it into a triple. Reyes pulls it into right field. That's a base hit. Buck around third. He's coming. Beltran's got a good arm. And the throw is cut. And Reyes has driven in both runs of the night.
Boy, I like the formula so far. Buck gets on. Walker a base hit. Ricky Nolasco sacrifices him to second. And Jose Reyes drives him in. This time, he doesn't go to left field. He pulls one sharply, and because Beltran has to move a little toward the line, that way he can't get quite enough on the throw. If the ball was hit right at him, directly at him, it's a little different story. So John Buck able to score on another base hit from Reyes.
Hanley Ramirez now. Let's see if Reyes will test Molina.
The other thing, you have a guy out there in Westbrook who doesn't have that big leg kick. He's pretty quick to the plate.
Hanley hit a looper into center, a soft fly ball that got in front of John Jay for a base hit. Westbrook falls behind 2-0.
You know, Ozzie knows as well as anybody, you get down the way that the Marlins have been, 5-16 the month of June, you'd love to get it all back real quick, but you can't. It takes time. So you have to just take each game and try to play each game as best you can.
3-0. Molina out to talk to Westbrook.
The Marlins also happy that interleague play is over.
No kidding.
5-13. Of course, you put it all together, whether the way they were playing, I don't think it would have mattered if they'd have been playing National League teams.
I think in the Coast League they may have taken a beating. Well, let's see if Hanley gets a rip here at a 3-0 pitch. Reyes at first. And Westbrook.
Boy, that tells me that Westbrook would rather pitch to Giancarlo Stanton. I mean, he threw Hanley a 3-0 breaking ball
that was a couple feet outside. Look at the Fox tracks on that one. Pitch 4. Now, that being said, Westbrook has handled Stanton.
Yes, he has.
Pretty easily. Flied out to center in the first and hit a slow roller to short in the third. And the pattern is hard in, soft away.
This is where Giancarlo has to think hard contact. Doesn't have to be a home run, doesn't have to be a deep fly. I mean, he may end up hitting one, but he just has to think hard base hit.
Breaking ball, and he popped it into right field. Beltran is there, and he makes the catch. Jose Reyes does it again, drives in another, and it's 2-0.
Rich, patterned after the national commercials, the most interesting man in the world, Logan Morrison threw out a tweet. Maybe Greg Dobbs is the most interesting man in baseball. Here's what the Marlins had to say. One-liners about Dobbs.
When he checks his swing, the umpire asks for his opinion.
He once struck out just to know what it felt like.
His pine tar uses pine tar.
He doesn't always lose, but when he does, he doesn't.
He once threw a complete game shutout in 9 pitches.
We'll have the elongated version on the post-game show. Jeff Conine called Greg Dobbs the most prepared player that he's ever seen. Rich?
He's one of the most intense players, Craig, that I've ever been around in terms of focus. And it starts not during batting practice. It starts on the bus to the ballpark, on the team plane, in the hotel. I mean, he's always got the game face on. And I think to fill the role that he's filled in his big league career, he has had to be that way. Always prepared.
Very intelligent, speaks Spanish.
John Jay, Matt Holliday, Carlos Beltran, Nolasco into the 6th. Third time around for these Cardinal hitters, and Ricky gets a little squibber. Back to the mound, fires it over to first in time. One out here in the 6th. The next Jiffy Lube Friday Night Live is coming up this Friday. Marlins and Phillies at 7:10. Head to the West Plaza for a live concert with, do you know the pronunciation on that?
It would appear to be Suenalo.
That a baby. Nice. Presented by Heineken Light. I can pronounce that. Lock in your tickets today. 1-877-MARLINS. Or go to marlins.com. Now, the Spam All-Stars I could pronounce. That one I had a little trouble with, but my partner bailed me out.
Just anything I can do to help.
Go down and get Matt Holliday out, will you? He's singled and flied out. And Ricky gets him again. A pop into shallow center. Reyes out, Cousins in. Cousins calls Reyes off, and you can see Reyes and Cousins sharing a moment there after the collision they had yesterday.
That was great. I talked to Jose today, and he said he's fine. He caught the shin a little bit in that collision. It looked like it could have been a whole lot worse.
Reyes. He got out of there in a hurry, and Ricky gets the first 2 outs in a hurry.
Ricky's mixed it up really well the last 2-3 innings. A few good changeups. The curveball's been there, and he's still maintained that nice fastball, the velocity.
Beltran takes outside, and the 1-0 pitch. Big breaking ball sweeps across the plate. 1-1.
Got it all working. He got John Jay with a changeup, that little tapper back to the mound.
Beltran is now 35. And, you know, all the postseasons that many of these Cardinals have been in, even some guys that haven't been with the Cardinals long, like Furcal has been in 9 postseasons. Beltran's been in just 2. But he's made the most of it. He's at 366.
Didn't he, though?
In 22 postseason games.
He had that incredible postseason when he was with Houston.
2004.
He hit 8 home runs.
And then 06 with the Mets, he hit 3 more home runs. 22 games, 11 homers, 19 driven in. And he's obviously hopeful he can get back to the postseason with the Cardinals this year. 2-2 pitch.
You talked about Furcal, a one-time Rookie of the Year. Look at the pitch count for Ricky the last 3 innings compared to the first 2. Beltran was the American League Rookie of the Year in 1999.
As a Kansas City Royal. Nolasco lost him. Missed in, and that brings Alan Craig up.
I think Beltran, in his years in Kansas City, is kind of a well-kept secret. You didn't hear too much about him. Sure, it was a nice weekend for him. The Cardinals just coming from Kansas City, sweeping the Royals.
Some good players that came through Kansas City that ended up leaving Kansas City. Johnny Damon, another outfielder coming up in the Royals organization.
Their hitting coach is a guy. Their hitting coach right now is a guy that I always enjoy watching play and hit. Kevin Seitzer.
A lot of hitters have credited Seitzer with their major league success. He's the guy that Raul Ibanez will tell you got him into the big leagues to stay. The time that he spent with Seitzer. Ball and a strike to Allen Craig. Craig was banged up last year. He had knee issues, groin issues, played in just 75 games. He hit .315 though. One misses away. Our Toyota trend in their 3-game weekend sweep of Kansas City, 30 runs on 41 hits. They won by scores of 11-8 yesterday, 8-2 on Saturday, 11-4 on Friday. Bouncer to third. Hanley, a tricky hop, goes to second and gets the out. They have surprised Beltran, who seemed to have slowed up on his way to second. 2-0 Miami. Wait a minute. Isn't that dancing girl on the right from Twitter Tuesday fame? Or am I just seeing things?
No, I think it is.
That's tomorrow. That's an email Twitter Tuesday tomorrow night. Cotton candy at the ballpark. Morrison bounces one. Descalso picks it up. Lomo's been handled by Westbrook. 3 ground balls to the right side. Greg Dobbs, Omar Infante coming up here in the bottom of the 6th in 2-0 ball game. Jose Reyes has knocked in both runs.
Westbrook has induced 8 ground ball outs. Kind of average for him. He's not over the top tonight. He's given up a few fly ball outs. No strikeouts.
Third AB for Dobbs, and Westbrook This is low and inside. Westbrook, a guy that is one of those players that has been traded, and it's a lot of big trades. He's always a piece that seems to be wanted by another team. He was originally drafted by Colorado, traded to Montreal, traded to the Yankees, traded to Cleveland, and then the Indians, after some injuries and Tommy John surgery, traded him to St. Louis, trading deadline of 2010.
You know, he's been a pretty durable guy. He's 91 and 90, so he's going to give you some quality innings. Interesting, you mentioned Tommy John surgery. Coming back, not from that, but he has had Tommy John, is Chris Carpenter. And timetable not quite sure for the Cardinals as to when Carpenter will be ready. He's starting to throw to hitters.
Of course, the Cardinals just went through that with Adam Wainwright. A lot of business for Alan Craig at first base, and Descalso out at second with the left-handed bats. Dobbs pulling a ground ball there. 2 outs, and here comes Infante. He's 1 for 2. Kyle Loesch, Carlos Zambrano tomorrow night, and Wednesday night, Joe Kelly and Anibal Sanchez. Loesch at 6-2, a 2.85 ERA, and of course it was Loesch that started opening night against Josh Johnson. A strike, and it's 1-1. First of a 3-game set. Pulled towards third, Freeze charges and throws him out by a step. 3 ground ball outs for Jake Westbrook in the 6th to the 7th. 2-0 Miami. Six scoreless innings from Ricky Nolasco, a pair of run-scoring hits from Jose Reyes, and inside Marlins Park, the Marlins have a 2-0 lead going to the 7th against the St. Louis Cardinals. Let's check in with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Rich, I'm not sure there's a better deal in baseball here. The all-you-can-eat Mondays are back in the Vista section here, over from where I am out to the foul pole. $24, a level below $34. All you can eat, is that right?
Absolutely, it's the best deal in South Florida.
$24, so you could have a family of 4 here for $100. What kind of food do they have? You have cotton candy?
Yeah.
She's enjoyed, and then hot dogs?
Hot dogs.
We have nachos.
Oh, so good.
Awesome.
Now, tell me though. I mean, you get a chance to really. You have a group of how many here, and why'd you do it?
We came. There's 12 of us. We came from Broward, and we're huge Marlin fans. Half of us haven't seen the stadium, so the other half that saw it wanted to bring everybody and have them enjoy it too.
And the hot dogs are pretty good.
Can't beat them.
All right, over 500 people. I heard 512 upstairs alone taking advantage of the all-you-can-eat Monday. $24. You guys want a couple of hot dogs? Because it does stop in the 7th inning, and the lines are getting heavier. Back to you.
All right, Craig. Now, does that go for announcers as well, Craig? Are you in the all-you-can-eat section?
I am in. It's actually right from where I am over. You can just make as many visits as you want. It is a limit of 2 per band. Each person has a band, but you can go back and forth as many times as you want. Did I answer your question?
No.
What was your question?
My question was, have you been partaking?
I have not partaken because I eat the terrific press meal tonight.
I think Rich is interested in the cotton candy.
Yes. Delicious. The nachos are terrific, too.
All right, thank you, Craig.
All right.
David Freese up the middle, and Logan Morrison picks it up. Freese has a couple of hits. Ricky Nolasco hasn't given up many at all. In fact, that's just the 4th hit that the Cardinals have. Here in the 7th, Daniel Descalso with Freese at first.
No, the Marlins have now tossed 15 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings. That's the season high.
Descalso walking in the 2nd, fly to center next time up, and Nolasco throws a strike. Remember, Descalso's first big league home run was against Clay Hensley, and it was a game winner against the Marlins in St. Louis late in the ball game.
Way ahead of his pace of last year. He already has 3. Hit only the 1 last year. That's it. Just in case.
Fernando Salas in the bullpen.
It's one of those National League situations that Mike Matheny will deal with because Westbrook has a lot left. He's only thrown 74 pitches, but he's on deck.
Descalso takes outside. 2-1. So Westbrook is in the on-deck circle, but the Cardinals have another bat right on the top step of the dugout. Looks like Skip Schumacher. So they almost have 2 guys on deck. Option A and option B.
Remember just last week when the Red Sox were in town, we saw Kevin Youkilis standing in that same position, getting ready to hit.
Looked odd watching him in a White Sox uniform tonight.
Yeah, now he's traded colors of socks.
This is not a guy that Ricky wants to walk, obviously. Descalso drives it to right, hits it deep. Stanton is back, and shy of the track, he makes the catch. 2 outs, and it looks like Schumacher is going to hit for Westbrook. Speaking of the 4 for 54 pack, Craig illustrating it beautifully up there in that section. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 sodas, 4 bags of chips, starting at just $54. The next 4 for 54 night is tomorrow, as the Marlins take on the Cardinals at 7:10. Individual and group packs available online, marlins.com. So the all-you-can-eat seats tonight. The 4 for 54 pack is tomorrow. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 sodas, 4 bags of chips. And, of course, Wednesday night, Tommy Hutt, is the Josh Johnson bobblehead. On Wednesday night, bobblehead night. A JJ bobblehead.
That'd be a great one to get. Here's another one of those versatile players that the Cardinals have. Skip Schumacher is going to pinch hit for Westbrook. 2 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year.
Breaking ball misses down low. Well, you're right about versatility. Schumacher spent most of the regular season last year at second base and spent most of the postseason in the outfield. He was playing some center field. And he's another guy that was an unlikely hero. He hit .381 in the postseason. He played in 13 games, and he missed the National League Championship Series. He injured his oblique.
Yeah, he was 6 for 10 in the division series against the Phillies.
One breaking ball is up.
But he's been a good hitter in his career 3 different times, hitting over 300. Skip Schumacher.
University of California, Santa Barbara. Schumacher, one of those guys, and we haven't mentioned his name tonight, but we really should. One of those guys that was working in the offseason with Mark McGwire before McGwire became the hitting coach for the Cardinals. Down in Orange County in Los Angeles. And McGwire
is one of the guys that Brian Peterson hooked up with.
That's right. McGwire eventually became the hitting coach. And what a year they had last year. What a year they're having this year. Breaking ball. Schumacher dumps it down the left field line. Foul. Pinch hitting numbers for Schumacher. Last year, the Cardinals led the National League in batting average, on base percentage, and runs. And this year, they're first in all of those categories still. And you have to give a lot of that credit to McGwire. 2-2, runner on the move. Schumacher pulls it foul.
You know, and for some reason, I think because of his stature as a power hitter and all the home runs, he doesn't get the credit. You hear many talk about hitting coaches, successful ones, and not too often is Mark McGwire's name mentioned. But it's certainly something that Tony La Russa saw, and it's why he brought him on board.
The 2-2. Liner foul. Remember, that's something La Russa told you and I a couple of years ago in 2010 when McGwire came on board. He said, this guy is a student of hitting, and people don't realize it because of all the home run numbers.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mike Matheny's happy to have him there.
It's been a relatively seamless transition because of Matheny's time with the Cardinals. Schumacher battling, another 2-2 coming in the dirt. And so now Freese will for sure be moving on a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs.
I think one of the interesting parts of Matheny getting the job, one of the other coaches who had interviewed is Matheny's third base coach, Jose Oquendo, was one of the finalists.
(3-2) coming, and he lost him. And now, as the Marlin bullpen gets loose, Ozzie Guillen looking across the diamond. You've got Furcal, who, as we pointed out, has driven in 30 runs from the leadoff spot.
Furcal, of course, a switch hitter, so your choice is you see if Ricky has a little more left in the tank. This will be his last inning. He's at 109 pitches now. The only other choice is if you wanted to flip Furcal over to the right side.
His numbers are pretty even. 303 from the right side, 282 from the left side. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Breaking ball strike. Furcal turned away from it.
And remember, Furcal, who's 0 for 3 tonight, came into the game 6 for 12 with a home run against Ricky Nolasco.
0-1 pitch. Off of Nolasco's glove. Reyes shovels, and they safe. Infante dropped it. Reyes knew that he wasn't going to get for call at first base. Ozzie Guillen is out. Here's another look.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I want to see if Ricky touched it. Yeah, it went off his glove to deflect it. There's the flip, and never really having full control of it. Good call by the second base umpire, Mike Belinsky. A tough play. I think they get the out if Omar's able to hang on, but he never had control of the ball. Now it looks like Ozzie's going to make that move with John Jay, left-handed hitter, the next hitter to do up.
So Nolasco exit. Bags are loaded. And here comes Randy Choate to face John Jay. There are 2 outs. Here's this last play, which has actually been ruled as an error on Omar Infante.
The thing about it, Infante's moving away from the flip. He has to try to barehand it. To me, that's an infield base hit. We'll see if it's changed. I'm not putting error down because that's not an error on Infante.
And there's no way
that's a tough play.
There's no way that if Reyes throws the ball to first, he gets for call. Well, John Jay was scheduled up. Now that Randy Choate has come in, Mike Matheny is going to,
it's like Shane Robinson,
lift him for Shane Robinson,
right-handed hitter.
Shane Robinson is out of that great high school over in Tampa, Jesuit High School, and was a terrific performer at Florida State.
Not too happy to see them eliminated in the College World Series this year.
Well, if they had him on the team, they may not have, because he set a school record with a 40-game hit streak as a Seminole. So an interesting matchup here with Choate against Robinson. And Choate gets a strike.
The thing about Randy Choate, we know of his success against lefties. Lefties 135 against him. Right-handers hitting just 240 against Randy Choate.
Infield's deep, outfield swung towards right center. A breaking ball and a nice one. Broke right back over the plate. It's 0-2.
Found the back door nicely.
Warren Henry, Foxtrot. Nolasco watching. Hoping that Choate can bail him out with the bags loaded and 2 outs in the 7th. Robinson watches it outside. Robinson has climbed through the Cardinals system. Was slowed down last year. He had a fractured cheekbone. Spent 3 months on the disabled list. One-two.
Just missed. He tried that same breaking ball that found the outside corner for strike 2. That one just hung off the plate.
Two and two. Shane Robinson pinch hitting with 2 outs. It pops out of Buck's glove. Runner coming home, and he'll score. David Freese comes across in a ball that popped out of John Buck's glove. It's 2-1.
His target is outside, the pitch way inside. Might be a pass ball. John Buck got a lot of catcher's mitt on it. Couldn't hang on.
It is a pass ball. And now you've got the tying run at third, and the go-ahead run is out at second.
And remember, Choate got ahead 0-2. Very important pitch here with the count 2-2.
He's got Matt Holliday on deck. There's no way he's going to face Holliday if he loses Robinson. Stays alive. Jesuit High School in Tampa has produced such names as Jason Michaels, Brad Radke, Dave Magadan, Lou Piniella. And there's Mujica. Three-two coming. Lost him. Cardinals lead the National League in on-base percentage for good reason. As a team, they're at .340. And Robinson walks. And the slow walk from Ozzie Guillen. Holliday due up. And Mujica is coming out of the bullpen. So a pass ball. St. Louis has its first run, and they still have the bags loaded. To a 2-1 lead. Edward Mujica comes in, and the last time he came in, the bags were loaded, and Colby Rasmus hit one out. In fact, in back-to-back appearances, Mujica gave up the grand slam, and he also gave up the lead in Boston. Will Middlebrooks hit a 2-run homer, and Daniel Nava an RBI single. That was in the game when the Marlins had a 2-run lead that turned into a 1-run win for the Red Sox. So it's Mujica, it's Holiday. And it's a ground ball, hits the runner, and the inning is over. My goodness. Robinson hit by the Holiday ground ball. Not sure whether it was headed to right field, but a big break for the Marlins nonetheless. Miami is on top right now. Shane Robinson is the runner at first. It's well hit.
Watch Dobbs. Does he make the play if it goes through? We're not sure, and I think all of us have never seen an inning end this way. Number one, ball's dead when it hits the runner. He's out, so that's the third out. Holiday gets a base hit on that.
Yeah, and the way that Dobbs reacted, Tommy, watch Dobbs' reaction here. I don't think he makes the play.
Now, the way he was diving to his backhand, it would have been real difficult because that ball was stung by Holiday. It took a while for Shane Robinson to get up. And remember, he pinch hit in the inning for John Jay, the center fielder. So he has to stay in the game with a sore foot or ankle and play center field.
Well, we're glad that you've stayed with the game with us here tonight. The Marlins trying to build off the momentum, Tommy, that they built yesterday. I know it's just a foothold in what has been a slide of a June, but so far it looks like it's carried over a bit.
Well, and again, to get that momentum going, you need good starting pitching, and Ricky Nolasco had one of his better games in a while, so that was good to see.
Fernando Salas comes in, and Scott Cousins leads off, and he takes a strike. Cousins, John Buck, pitcher spot. That's the oddity in the scorebook, is that the inning ends with a bases loaded hit.
And a sore Shane Robinson.
Yeah. Maybe a sore Mike Matheny. 0-2 pitch. That's hit hard. Into right. To the wall it goes, and Cousins around first. On his way to second. And Scott Cousins continues to swing a hot bat. He is 2 for 3. A leadoff double here in the 7th.
One of the nice things you'd love to see is Salas lays a fastball out over the plate. He's got a good fastball curve and change, but very hittable pitch. Scott Cousins drilled that ball. One of the nice things to see would be the Marlins to come back and get that run right back that the Cardinals got in the top half of the inning.
Well, let's see how they choose to do it here. Do they ask John Buck to lay down a bunt? Do they ask John Buck to try to push the ball to the right side? And if he gets a hold of one, knock the run in. The Cardinals are not thinking bunt. They're very, very deep. And Buck takes inside. On deck, Gabby Sanchez.
With Dobbs in the lineup, with Cousins playing, everyone available, the Aussies, a right-handed bat.
Salas looks like he's trying to crowd Buck and keep it in on his hands.
You know that John Buck, even though he has that big swing and has the power, he's thinking trying to drive a ball to the right side, trying to get Cousins over to third.
Quite honestly, that is where his power alley is, right center field. He hits some balls to right center further than you would think a right-handed hitter can hit.
And sometimes a situation like this where he's really thinking that will make him a better hitter here.
Eduardo Sanchez. There's Cousins. Nobody out. 2-1 coming to Buck. In the dirt. Molina's so good. I mean, most catchers are sprawling and ducking and diving and stuff's flying off of them. Molina just very calmly picked that ball out of the dirt. Three and one. Buck takes in, and now you probably rethink who's going to come up because you've got runners first and second and nobody out. Now you might go with Donovan Solano, and that's indeed the guy that pops out.
Now you're thinking about dropping down a nice bump, move both runners up. And Solano, the candidate to do that.
Well, you've got good speed as your lead runner with Cousins. And the Cardinals will not be holding Buck on at first. And Solano has been terrific. A variety of spots in the infield and in the outfield. And you see the numbers offensively. Ozzie Guillen right now, probably hopefully he can just drop down a sacrifice bunt. And for Solano, this got to be sweet facing an organization in which he never got to the big leagues in. The Cardinals. Solano was stuck in St. Louis's system. We've talked about all the versatile infielders that Tony La Russa used to use. Well, the common denominator is they all had big league experience, and Solano was never able to get that. Drops down the bunt. It's a beauty. And he's out at first.
I'm telling you, look at the column of Solano. 4 for 9 as a pinch hitter. When he starts, he's gotten hits. He's had a sac fly. He's been hit by a pitch. He had done everything but a sac bunt. So you just figure he's going to add to that column with a beautiful bunt. The only play for Salas was to first base.
As you listen to his manager talk about him, when you ask Ozzie Guillen, what do you like about Donovan Solano? Ozzie said he's a baseball player. I know that sounds basic, but it's a real compliment because that means he can do everything. Mike Matheny making a pitching change. Second and third, Reyes coming up.
Game summary. You want a nice recipe? We're going to give it to you. How about a sacrifice bunt? That's a beauty. Ricky Nolasco moving Buck to second base. Second part of the recipe, a double by Jose Reyes to bring in the Marlins' first run. How about trying it again? John Buck gets a base hit in the 5th inning to start things. Well, he's the runner. Ricky Nolasco, another beautiful bunt. Buck moves to second. This time Reyes bangs a base hit to right field. The Marlins get their second run. 7th inning, the Cardinals got their one run on a pass ball. They had the bases loaded, but the inning was shut down on that odd play when Holiday smashed a base hit, but it hit the runner, Robinson. The inning was over. Another sacrifice bunt, this time by Donovan Solano, to move 2 runners up. We talked about this a lot in Boston when they were playing so well, how they were able to do the little things. Well, tonight the Marlins have been able to do the little things, and you'd love to see them capitalize again. New pitcher, Eduardo Sanchez, I believe more of a strikeout guy. That's probably why Matheny went to this move.
And it looks like Matheny's going to actually walk Reyes and pitch to Hanley Ramirez. And so he wants Sanchez, the diminutive right-hander out of Maracay, Venezuela, to pitch to Hanley with the bags loaded. So this is an interesting plot twist. Maybe Mike Matheny was reading his stats before the ball game and realized that last year Jose Reyes led the National League in close and late situations. Reyes hit over 400 in that spot last year, close and late.
Well, he's also seen him get 2 RBI base hits tonight, a double and a single. So now he puts a little pressure on Sanchez, who has to face Hanley Ramirez with the bases loaded. No place to put Hanley. He has to throw strikes.
And incumbent on Hanley Ramirez now to not try to do too much. This has been a situation for Hanley this year, though he has 5 grand slams in his career.
Hanley has to think the way he did yesterday, last at bat, that triple into right center.
Amen. And that's what Ozzie Guillen has been counseling Hanley on, is not going up with the big swing and try to hit it 500 feet. Breaking ball. And it's a ball. Boy, that looked like a strike. There's Cousins.
I think that fooled a lot of people.
And Buck. And Reyes. Sanchez snapped off a pretty good breaking ball, and our Warren Henry Fox track shows that it was on the plate and at the knees. So he gets the fastball, and at 95 miles an hour, he evens the count.
Yeah, he's got some good heat, and I'm sure more of a strikeout pitcher than Salas, who was in there before him.
Bases loaded, bottom 7. Eduardo Sanchez, second out of the St. Louis bullpen.
14 innings, though, for Sanchez. He has walked 10.
Miami and St. Louis, first of a 3-game series. Remember, the Cardinals were here to open this building on opening night. 1-1 pitch. And Hanley goes after a pitch in the dirt. It's 1-2. Ozzie Guillen moved Ramirez from the 3 spot to the 2 spot because he has had trouble driving in runs this year.
And the reason you have trouble driving in runs is chasing pitches just the way he did on that last breaking ball.
So he's thrown 2 breaking balls and that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Infield looking for a double play ball. 1-2 pitch.
Better patience that time from Hanley.
A Miami Marlins were tied for first place after the 3rd day of June. And then in 17 games, Ozzie Guillen's bunch dropped 15 of those 17 games. Yadier Molina is on his way out to the mound. The Marlins yesterday, though, broke out and hammered the Toronto Blue Jays 9-0. They did it with a John Buck home run, a Greg Dobbs home run, and a 2-run triple by Hanley Ramirez. Ozzie Guillen patient throughout that slide, although this weekend he did cut loose a bit on his team. Hanley Ramirez himself called the players only meeting.
John Buck said it was one of the best, if not the best, players only meeting that he'd ever been involved in.
Two. Almost hit him. 3-2. A backup breaking ball that nearly clipped him.
Now he's missed badly with 2 breaking balls. Last 2 pitches, way outside, way inside. And we talked about his wildness. 10 walks in 13 innings. You would think Hanley would see the fastball. One way or the other, though, you have to be ready for the fastball in this situation and hopefully identify the breaking ball.
3-2, missed inside with a breaking ball.
Great job. His identification was so much better after he chased that one bad breaking ball.
And now, not only is it a 2-run lead, but Giancarlo Stanton comes up with the bags loaded.
And as we've seen, Rich, Giancarlo has had that problem, chasing pitches well out of the zone.
Nissan leaders of the game. Stanton 29 of his 44 runs driven in this building. From the stretch, Sanchez infield back for 2. He misses out. You talked about the walks for Sanchez. He's 1-0 on Stanton. Got great speed out there, chasing the breaking ball on a pitch that Molina nearly didn't catch.
One of the hardest things for any hitter, especially young hitters, when you're 22, is to get across the fact that the guy who's in the most pressure is the guy who's out there on the mound.
Wow. Sanchez is all over the place. And Molina is trying to talk him through this. Steve Cishek in the Marlins pen. 3-1. Miami on top. The Cardinals coming off a weekend sweep where Mike Matheny's team scored a mess of runs in Kansas City. I mean, they put up crooked numbers all weekend. 11-8 yesterday, 8-2 on Saturday, 11-4 on Friday. Ozzie Guillen's bunch having trouble scoring runs until yesterday.
Yeah, safe to say the Cardinal offense got healthy in Kansas City.
Stanton looking for something to drive. And Sanchez just trying to find the plate now.
And you know he has to get the fastball again. 3-1.
Buck, and the speed kicks in with Reyes and Hanley Ramirez. Well, if he can identify a fastball and he gets one, he should jump on it. It's out, and the Marlins get another run. Matheny is on his way out to the mound, and the move backfires on the Cardinals. He's going to go get the lefty to face Logan Morris.
I think Mike Matheny may have second thoughts about the move. I'm pretty sure he did it because Sanchez is more of a strikeout guy than Salas, but Salas is a little bit more of a control guy. And he got burned because all of a sudden Sanchez couldn't find the strike zone.
4-1 in Miami. Marlins on top. Ramirez on his way back out onto the diamond. Now his at bat didn't end with a boom, but it was an important one. Acura brings you pitch by pitch.
Interesting how that first pitch just missed. Then Hanley chases. Sanchez tries to get him to chase, misses with a couple of breaking balls badly again, and there's ball 4. A couple of things to think about. When he came in the game, the first thing he did was he was asked to walk Jose Reyes intentionally. Some managers do that. Some managers will have the pitcher who's going to come out of the game walk the hitter intentionally. So that was interesting. He couldn't throw strikes. Keep in mind, 2 big things also in this inning. The leadoff double by Scott Cousins and the nice sacrifice bunt by Donovan Solano.
The man his teammates call Scrabble, Mark Zepchinski, takes over. It's Zepchinski against Morrison. And a fastball zooms outside. It's 1-0. And no one for the Cardinals right now can throw strikes. Not Salas, not Sanchez. Zepchinski's fallen behind 1-0. I think Morrison's happy to see Jake Westbrook out of there. Westbrook got in on Morrison. He pulled 3 ground balls to the right side. Bases filled with Fish, 1 out. Another ground ball to that side. Got an out there, and that's it. Lomo drives in a run, and it's 5-1. Reyes scores.
This is the importance of making contact right there.
And this is the type of inning, Tommy, that the Marlins have been seeing from the other side of the diamond lately.
So Lomo made contact. Not so sure he's all that happy seeing the tough lefty Zepchinski instead of Westbrook, but he made contact. It wasn't a double play ball. By doing that, picks up the run, and for Logan Morrison, his 25th RBI.
Still a chance to add on with more, and here's Dobbs, and he gets Zepchinski, the left-hander, as well. Ramirez at third, Morrison at first. Dobbs turns away from a fastball. One and 0. Dobbs is lined out, flied out, bounced out. Hanley walked with the bases loaded. Morrison's ground ball forced Stanton, but it drove in Reyes. 3 runs here in the bottom of the 7th after the Cardinals cut a 2-0 game down to 2-1 in the top of the inning.
Yeah, you're right about this inning is gone. It hasn't been pretty, but the Marlins have seen it on the other side a few times here in this month of June.
Marlins seeing the Cardinals here for 3, and we'll see the Cardinals just before the All-Star break in St. Louis.
So a lot of Marlins Cardinals before the All-Star break.
Just like spring training. Here's the 1-1. That one rides inside. 2-1. Dobbs a 3-for-4 day yesterday, including a home run. Fastball in the hole, it's short. Long throw, Dobbs beats it, run scores. 6-1. The most interesting man in baseball has an infield RBI single.
You see where the second baseman Descalso is. I don't think he could have gotten to second for a force out, because that was really the only play Furcal had. So Furcal tried to go to first base and really never had a shot getting Dobbs over there. So the infield base hit produces another run.
Now you've got Infante against Zepchinski with Morrison at second and Dobbs at first. Omar pulls a ground ball. Freeze gets the out. Descalso waiting at second, but the Marlins with a 4-run inning and a 5-run lead to the 8th. Giants down in South Florida have come to see Marlins Park when their clubs have come.
Couple of changes.
Maybe they just came to see Justin Ruggiano play left field.
He comes in to play left field. Not his best side. And Steve Cishek comes in to pitch. I would imagine in a double switch. I mean, you go back to the way the inning ended for the Cardinals in the 7th inning. And the craziness of the 7th inning.
That's a great point. I mean, Matt Holliday's ground ball was a hard smash with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And it hit Shane Robinson in the foot.
Cardinals pitchers tonight, Rich, have walked 6. And 4 of those have scored.
Steve Cishek in, Carlos Beltran, Alan Craig, Yadier Molina. And Cishek with a fastball for a strike. Cishek would like to get a nice solid outing under his belt. He, of course, was touched by Edwin Encarnacion for the home run in the 9th inning on Saturday, when a 1-1 game dissolved into a 7-1 Toronto win. Beltran 1 for 2 tonight. If you've been following this ball club, you know that the rugged June touched just about every part of the Marlins, from the hitters to the starters to the relievers. About the only thing that really wasn't going sideways on Ozzie Guillen was the defense.
Defense was pretty good. Jose Reyes, solid in the month of June. But you're right, when you have a month where it touches just about everybody, it's tough to survive.
A 9-0 win yesterday for Ozzie Guillen, and a 6-1 lead here in the 8th. Beltran goes after a low fastball.
This would be a big win, because a win tonight would give the Marlins 6 wins in June, which surpasses last year's total. I'm always trying to think of the positive.
Small victories, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be a big win because it follows up yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, it follows up a game where you scored 9 runs against a pretty good Blue Jay team.
And you had a hot team, the Cardinals, coming in here.
Absolutely. And the Marlins saw the damage that the Blue Jays were doing offensively, and the Cardinals, as we pointed out, averaged 10 runs a game in Kansas City. Oh, man.
Oh, where was that?
Well, apparently pitch number 8 was out. Bob Davidson behind home plate.
Apparently.
Warren Henry, Fox Tracks. Here comes Alan Craig.
Problem is, you can't start opening the door for the Cardinals with bases on balls. With a 5-run lead, got to go right after the hitters. And that's been a little bit of the struggle that Steve Cishek has had recently. He's not gotten ahead, and then he's gotten hurt with a big hit when he's had to come in and throw strikes.
Craig takes a strike. Alan Craig 0 for 3. Ball and a strike. Nobody out in the 8th. 6-1. Miami on top. Beltran at first. Cishek's out in front 1 and 2. Sam Freeman in the Cardinals bullpen. Got him. Cishek strikes out Alan Craig.
That's a nice comeback.
So an out. Chevron presents tomorrow's starters. Gotta wait for that last beep beep. Kyle Loesch and Carlos Zambrano. Loesch is 6-2 and a 2.85 ERA. Zambrano 4-5. You see the ERA has poked its head just over 4. Molina dumps that one into right center field. Stanton coming on, and he dives and can't make the catch. Popped out of his glove. Going to be a base hit for Yadier Molina.
Nice effort by Giancarlo. Didn't think he'd quite get there. He got close and couldn't quite put it away. You know, he showed the matchup for tomorrow night. as you would expect, being in the same division for a number of years, Carlos Zambrano has 28 career starts against the Cardinals, and he's 12-6.
I was talking to some of the Cardinal folk about facing Zambrano, and the read is there have been nights where he's absolutely dominated the Cardinals, and there have been a few nights where they've really hammered him. So it's kind of been all or nothing. And for Zambrano, by the sounds of that record, he's had the better of the matchup between the two.
And of course, Kyle Lohse pitched that opening night here and was extremely effective. 7 1/3 innings. Gave up just 2 hits and 1 run.
Mike Dunn, Heath Bell, Miami bullpen. We're talking about Toronto and all the runs that they've been scoring. 9-5, Toronto leads Boston in a game that has been stopped in the 7th by rain.
Rasmus has homered. Aaron Sebia has homered. Bautista has hit number 24.
Wow. Big Papi has hit his 19th.
And they'll have to wait during the rain.
Ground ball, Hanley to his left, and he throws it into right field. Coming home is Beltran. Well, that play had trouble written all over it. Once it ticked off of Hanley's glove, he stumbled, and then he tried to make a play out of nothing at that point.
Probably the worst play we've seen Hanley attempt all year. He's played such a solid defense at third. He could be charged with 2 errors on this. The bobble and then the throw, allowing the runner to take another 90 feet. Yeah, he really didn't have an out at second once he bobbled. But again, you just don't want to open the door. And Ozzie sees that. He's going to make a move.
He's going to bring Mike Dunn in here. It's still a 4-run lead, but as you pointed out, the way the month has gone for the Marlins, you take no chances. So Dunn comes in. It is E5 squared, a pair of errors on Hanley Ramirez. Run. Ozzie Guillen taking no chances. Steve Cishek is out. Mike Dunn is in.
Since his return, the last couple of outings for Dunn have been very successful. Good stuff, good strikes.
So Dunn is in, and now you've got Descalso. Descalso last year didn't have a big year average-wise. He hit 264, but he had a lot of big hits, especially late in ball games. Look at that. Descalso was second in the National League in close and late. Now, I know it's not close, but it is late. It's close to being close and late. And Reyes.
Hey, the way things have gone for the Marlins in this month, 6-2 seems pretty close.
All right.
How about that?
But Reyes was the leader, and Descalso was second. And Dunn goes 2-0. Well, there's Molina. Across the diamond. Freeze. Cardinals have a run across. There's one out. Descalso taking a rip at a 2-0 pitch. It's 2-1.
Boy, he's been able to come back with a couple of real live fastballs.
Matt Carpenter on deck. Outside corner. Dunn strikes out Descalso.
Boy, that's a nice comeback after falling behind 2-0. And it really appears that Mike Dunn has come back with a renewed confidence. He's always had the stuff. No question about that. That's a great pitch.
Our Warren Henry Fox tracks. Pitch 5. And here is Carpenter. And so Dunn getting a bit of a break on that call, though, with 2 strikes. A tough one to take.
Been kind of a little inconsistent in and out for Bob Davidson tonight, but he's been that way for both sides.
Carpenter takes up and in.
What I guess I'm trying to say, he's been consistently inconsistent on both sides.
You were very gentle with that, too. I have to commend you. Here's the 1-1. Outside corner, 96 miles an hour. Boy, if Mike Dunn can get back to where he was at times last year, it would be a big boost to the Marlins bullpen. He's just bringing heat right now at 96.
Yeah, he is. Matt Carpenter, another one of those versatile guys. We see him a lot in the spring. And the last couple of springs, I know he has had great numbers in spring training. And sometimes he's been the odd man out, but he's been getting some playing time because he is versatile.
1-2 coming. Got him outside corner. Now Carpenter's upset. Mike Dunn strikes out Descalso and Carpenter, both looking, both with what looked like the exact same pitch. Facing a pair of Cardinals. This was the last pitch to Carpenter, and it's in the exact same spot. Our Toyota Foxmo, exact same spot in which he got Descalso, so much so that Fox Track showed it just out, almost the exact same spot on the Descalso ball.
Well, if you're going to get it one time, you'd like to get it the second time. So Mike Dunn came in firing 95, 96 mile-an-hour fastballs and got a couple of calls and got a couple of tough lefties.
I mean, if you're going to get that pitch, you might as well go back out there. And there's Sam Freeman. He comes in for St. Louis.
Another part of that bullpen that Mike Matheny and his staff, and we haven't talked too much about it, but Derek Lilliquist has done a nice job as the pitching coach this year. Freeman mainly fastballs and sliders.
Cousins bangs one up the middle. Descalso races over to get it and throws him out at first. Cousins 2 for 4 in the ball game. He's got a double and a single. You can follow the Marlins with MLB.com's @Bat12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @Bat to 31826 or visit Marlins.com for details. Here's Buck. It's been a very productive night for John Buck. And he has only had to use the bat once. He's had 3 really good at-bats. Walked and scored in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 5th, walked and scored in the 7th. And all 3 times he has been sacrificed from 1st to 2nd.
The Marlins have done a nice job with the sacrifice bunt tonight, twice by Ricky Nolasco, the other time by the pinch hitter Donovan Solano.
Breaking ball from Freeman comes back and gets the plate. If I were to ask you, Tommy Hunt,
all right,
who is second on the Marlins in drawing walks, would you even venture John Buck in that conversation?
I probably would not, but because I listen to you intently every night, I remember you mentioning a few weeks ago that he was drawing walks at a pretty good rate.
Well, Jose Reyes now has 36, and Buck has 33.
Now, part of that is a residual effect of hitting in the number 8 spot.
True, but there's a lot of number 8 hitters that, come hell or high water, are going to swing at anything close because they're in the 8th spot. I feel better about saying that after the Supreme Court ruling the other day. Bottom of the 8th, 6-2, Miami on top. We don't want to abuse the privilege, though. Buck fouls it back.
Boy, how about the gem that Matt Latos tossed tonight? Latos with the Reds against Milwaukee through a complete game, gave up just 4 hits and a run and struck out 13.
Two coming, and it's down low. What was the deal in Philadelphia? 8-3 Phillies. 6 errors in the ball game. The Pirates made 4 errors, and the Phillies a pair of errors. Buck to right field. Beltran at the track, and just before he gets to the wall, Beltran makes the catch. He doesn't really glide anymore. He used to be such a graceful center fielder with that surgically repaired knee. Two outs. Marlins Live will follow our game broadcast. Craig Minervini, Jeff Conine will be on the field. Some of the topics to discuss. And that pair hoping to discuss a Marlins win. The Fish with a 6-2 lead. Ruggiano came in the double switch defensively, gets his first at bat, and it nicely happens against a lefty. Freeman misses up.
Yeah, we talked about it. All three pitchers in this series, right-handers. Kyle Loesch tomorrow, Joe Kelly on Wednesday.
One. Right center. Beltran's calling for it, and he makes the catch. He still has carte blanche. He used to be a center fielder. Heath Bell ready, and here he comes. Nights. And a pretty good likeness there, Tommy Hutton.
Yeah, we gave the commands to JJ, hold the pose for a while. We couldn't quite get him to bobble his head a little bit, but that's a great likeness. Good job.
6-2 ball game in Miami tonight. The Marlins trying to make it 2 in a row. Trying to open up this 3-game series against the Cardinals with a win. And though it's not a safe situation, it sure feels like it the way that things have gone.
Colin, because of the way the month has gone, saves have been hard to come by for Heath Bell. His last save, which was number 14, was the middle game of that series in St. Pete against the Rays. Saved that 15-inning game 4-3.
He has, though, when he has come in to get his work, he has looked good, and he has continued the upward trend after a slow start. Ryan Webb in the Marlins pen. He comes in at the top of the order for Call, Robinson, Holiday. And Bell at 95 miles an hour with a nice low strike. Still surprised that that ball that for Call hit has not been changed to a hit.
You and I get surprised with a lot of scoring decisions.
That's one of those that tomorrow may be reviewed. And that's proper for a scorekeeper at times. He'll see a play, rule on it, and if he wants an opinion, he can call a manager and ask them their opinion. Bell misses low, and it's 3-1 for call. Randy Choate, Edward Mujica, Steve Cishek, Mike Dunn, and now Heath Bell. Bell walks him. So for call is aboard. And here comes Robinson, who was involved in that bizarre play to end the 7th inning. The Marlins had a 2-0 lead. The Cardinals were coming back, and they had the bags loaded, and Matt Holliday smoked one to the right side. Robinson was the runner at first, and the ball hit him in the foot. So that was an out. Holliday was credited with a base hit. And on runner's interference, the inning was over.
There have been some oddities in this game. Another one in the Marlins' 8 offensive innings. They've walked 6 times. The Marlins have not struck out tonight against the Cardinals.
Bell's up, and it's 2-0.
Early in the season, the problems for Heath Bell were pitches up. He was throwing the ball well, throwing the ball hard, but he was getting pitches up and a lot of pitches out over the strike zone.
So he climbs back up on the mound. After Robinson, then you got the boppers. You've got Matt Holliday, Carlos Beltran, Alan Craig. Gets a strike, 2-1. Three and 1. Mets are on the road and trailing in Chicago, 4-0 Cubs in the bottom of the 7th. Bell ready. That's a strike.
Of course, the Mets Yankees played that national game last night. Yankees winning 6-5. They got to, Nick Swisher did anyway, they got to R.A. Dickey a little bit, but Dickey got a no decision.
3-2 to Robinson. Struck him out. So 1 out, and here comes Holliday.
Boy, good fastball, freezes Robinson.
That's in the strike zone.
I think another fun test tonight in the game of baseball will to see how Steven Strasburg does at Coors Field.
Right now 2-1 Nationals, bottom of the 6th against the Rockies. Matt Holliday's original team.
Holliday with a couple of hits tonight, hitting over 350 here in the month of June.
For calls at first. And Bell with another strike, 96 miles an hour.
The thing where Heath Bell is tough to pick up is the herky-jerky delivery, and then he pops a 96-mile-an-hour fastball edge.
That one is lined into right center field. That's a base hit. Cousins into the gap to cut it off. Holliday around first on his way to second. And the Cardinals are set up second and third. 1 out. Here comes Beltran.
Thing is, you can't pop that 97-mile-an-hour fastball, which is what that last one was, past a guy like Matt Holliday.
Beltran in this one has walked twice, singled, and flied out. Heath Bell needs outs here. Craig on deck, and Bell misses low. Email, Twitter, Tuesday tomorrow. Kyle Loesch, Carlos Zambrano, 6:30, Marlins Live. Two and 0. Bell has thrown 16 pitches, 7 of them strikes, and Randy St. Clair is out for a visit.
That's another thing that got Heath Bell in trouble with early was the pitch count. He had a few innings where the pitch count got way too high, and that affected how Ozzie used him. That's why he had an outing earlier this month. Remember, he came on and got a couple of outs. He was getting some work, and Ozzie went and made the change, and that was the reason Ozzie didn't want him to throw more than 20 pitches in that particular inning.
Two and 0. And Bell gets a strike. 2-1. 6-2 Miami. St. Louis trying to crawl back in it. Bell and Beltran teammates in New York. Long ago.
They would both say that too. That was long ago.
Well, if he loses Beltran, Bell brings the tying run to the plate here in the ninth. It's 3-1. Beltran goes after a high fastball, and it's 3-2. For call, Holiday. For call walked. Holiday doubled. Between them, Bell struck out Robinson. He's 3-2 on Beltran, who rips it into right field. That's a base hit to third. Holiday will be held, and Stanton's throw is cut. It is 6-3, and the tying runs come into the plate. Still plenty of drama here. You got a guy at the plate who can knock it out of the park in Alan Craig with Molina behind him.
You know, the problems in falling behind and getting to 3-ball counts, 3-1, 3-2, that's where you get in trouble.
Guillen watching. No one up in the Marlins pen. Guillen's used just about everybody. Choate, Mujica, Cishek, Dunn. You saw Webb earlier in the inning just standing in the bullpen. Beltran and Holiday at the corners. Craig goes after the first pitch, hits it in the air to right. Back goes Stanton, shy of the track. Makes the catch. Tagging at third is Holiday, and he will score. And St. Louis makes it 6-4. There are 2 outs, and here comes Yadier Molina. For Bell, he does give up a run. but he gets an out on just that one pitch.
Which is big at this point of the inning.
And here is Molina, who was flied to right twice, bounced out, single. Marlins are not going to hold Beltran at first. Dobbs playing behind him. He'll take second base on a fastball that's up.
Keep in mind, Molina has 10 home runs this year.
And is having an all-star caliber season. And in all likelihood is headed across the state to the all-star game. It would be his 4th consecutive, and Bell misses up and in. You've got World Series hero David Freese on deck.
Boy, you look at the numbers on Molina, they're just spectacular. He's also hitting .389 with runners in scoring position this year. He won't have far to go to that all-star game either.
Well, he knows the drill. He's been to 3 consecutive all-star games. Molina against Bell. Down to a 2-run lead. 2-0 pitch. Swung on and driven. Left field and deep. And he has tied it. Wow.
Just what you didn't want to have happen has happened. Team meeting goes right out the door when you give up 4 in the 9th inning.
On a night where Miami seemingly had done all the little things right, they get a big thing wrong here in the 9th. Heath Bell has given up a 4 spot. A high fastball, and it was hammered. Now Bell has to get David Freese.
Well, the whole problem, the whole inning, falling behind, high fastballs, hittable pitches to a team that's the best hitting team in the National League.
The Cardinals not only lead in average, in on-base percentage, in runs, they lead in home runs. That's their 85th home run. Breaking ball, ground ball. Reyes at short, on to first in time to the bottom of the 9th. 6-6. Miami, St. Louis. AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Checkers, feast on. Marlins Park tonight for 8 innings. It went quite well, and you see the 4 runs in the top of the 9th. The Cardinals hanging those on Heath Bell, and now the Marlins go to work. It really is an interesting dilemma. Both managers have gone deep into their bullpens, especially Ozzie Guillen.
Well, the one thing we didn't see from Heath Bell was that curveball that he throws over consistently for strikes. What we did see were a lot of high fastballs, and he had to pay the price on that one.
A Clevelander home run. Molina's 11th. And so Guillen now, as the top of his order, Jose Reyes, Hanley Ramirez, and Giancarlo Stanton. Sam Freeman, who pitched a scoreless 8th, is still out there, though there are some arms warming up in the Cardinal bullpen.
Mike Matheny has Mitchell Boggs, his closer Jason Mott. So his bullpen in a little better shape right now than Ozzie's.
Freeman misses away, and it's 2-0 on Reyes. And he's got Victor Marte, the big right-hander. Reyes takes a strike. Marlins Godin, Ryan Webb. Two-one pitch coming from Freeman. Reyes fouls it back.
With that swing, Reyes was trying to end it right there.
It's 2-2. Marlins would be happy with just getting him on base. And he struck him out. Good live fastball from Freeman, and Reyes chased it. So 1 out.
Now it looks like Matheny's going to make a double switch. Looks like Tyler Green's coming in to play second. Descalso goes over to third base, and Freese is out of the game.
And Matheny is going to bring Marte into the ballgame. 6-6, bottom 9. Tyler Green does come in and sets the whole thing in motion. Green will come into the 9 spot in the order. Daniel Descalso goes from second over to third. And the big right-hander Victor Marte takes over after Sam Freeman pitched an inning and a third of scoreless relief. He retired all 4 that he faced.
I'll tell you, Freeman was pretty impressive. He gives way, as you said, to the big right-hander, Victor Marte.
6'2", 255 out of the Dominican Republic. And he throws a strike to Hanley Ramirez.
Yeah, fastball, sliders. Fastball mid-90s.
Hanley lines one into left center field. That's a base hit. Robinson picks it up. And the Marlins have a base runner in a tie game in the bottom of the 9th.
A little bit off the end of the bat, but a good start with 1 down. Now you have speed on the bases. And Marte, another one who can get wild at times.
Bob Davidson walked over to Mike Matheny, and now he's calling Ozzie Guillen over. And Ozzie Guillen is upset, and I think it's about this double switch. Guillen doesn't even want to talk to Bob Davidson. He is going down to talk to Jerry Lane. You saw Guillen from the dugout putting 5 up. And now Bob Davidson and Jerry Lane are going to go over the lineup change. Maybe something about this double switch that didn't quite get straightened out. Guillen had asked Davidson for confirmation. You saw that shot of him putting his hand up.
And a lot of that would mean who's going to third, number 5. Nothing to do with the number 5 spot because Alan Craig is still in the game. He's hitting 5th. But remember, Green came in. David Freese was at third. He came out of the game. Green went to second. Descalso went over to play third.
Bob Davidson has the lineup card, but the umpires all together as a unit.
So if the double switch were actually made correctly, it would have Marte in Freese's spot and Green in the number 9 spot.
That's where I wrote it down in my book.
Right.
But who knows at this point?
Now they're calling Ozzie back out.
And it's Jerry Lane who is going to look at Ozzie's lineup card. Mike Matheny now is at home plate, and he is discussing it.
Now, according to, this is unofficial, the scoreboard, which has the lineups, makes the changes. It has it as you and I have, with Green in the number 9 spot. So you don't get this drama in the American League.
But you don't get this drama if the Marlins don't give up 4 runs in the top of the inning.
Good point.
And Guillen does not look happy.
I don't think he's going to win his argument.
Oh, well, now Matheny looks angry.
Maybe he is.
Ozzie has gone back to the dugout.
Basically, if Ozzie gets this right, or if the umpires or Matheny messed up this double switch, then Green would have to hit in the Freese spot, and Marte would hit in the number 9 spot, and that number 9 spot is due up second next inning.
That's the Cardinals lineup. He's got Green in the 9 spot, and he's got the pitcher in the 7 spot. And now Matheny, it looks like, whatever argument it is, the Cardinals are in the process of losing it. The ramifications yet, we're not sure.
And we're not sure what really set it in motion, because it appeared that Matheny went out, which a manager has to do when he makes that double switch. It looked like he went out and notified the home plate umpire, Bob Davidson.
And so Matheny right now, surrounded by umpires, pleading his case. He's,
you have a guy too, Mike Matheny, as intelligent as he is. It's his first year managing. It's his first year managing at any level.
Now he's got capable guys around him. Mike Aldretti is his bench coach.
Yeah, he looks upset.
The umpires are still standing around home plate discussing what the implications of this are. And you can see Bob Davidson still has his lineup card out. That's a copy. Both managers and the umpiring crew get a copy. This is the Marlins scorecard. And that's got Green in the 9 spot. And it's got Marte in the 7 spot. Oh, Marte is up. I mean, you see Marte's name has been crossed out in the 7 spot, and it's written in the 5 spot.
Which the 5 spot is Alan Craig, their first baseman.
And that's the Cardinals.
And it looks like, right now, it looks like Alan Craig, that's where the mix-up is. Looks like Craig is coming out of the game.
And so Craig has to come out. They've got to find a guy to play in his spot.
And the only man they have available, the only non-pitcher, is backup catcher Tony Cruz. Then they're out of everybody except pitchers.
Well, you wonder if in this discussion, instead of saying the 5 spot, the number 5 position on the field, which was third base, they said the number 5 spot in the order. Maybe that's the difference, because that's the one common denominator.
It's the only thing, yeah. Once you said 5, because we talked about that earlier, 5 would be the 5th position. Well, that was Alan Craig, the first baseman.
Right. And maybe they on the field.
So now Cruz, the only man available, is going to play first base.
And remember, we had this shot of Ozzie. He came out and he said 5. You said 5 spot. And that was the contention that the Marlins had, and apparently it's correct.
See, where the confusion is, 5 spot or number 5, which is scoring the third baseman.
And now Matheny has to make adjustments to his scorecard.
Don't know how much first base Cruz has ever played, but he's there right now.
He's their backup catcher. Whether that's his glove or not, it's tough to tell. All the meanwhile, Marte has been trying to stay loose.
How about if you have Giancarlo just take one deep and forget about it all? Go home.
But then we'd have to wait around for Marlins Live to find out exactly what was going on. So Cruz is at first. And a fastball misses in. I've got to assume that Marte is in the 5 spot in the order, since they had to take Craig out of the ballgame.
And Cruz would be in Freeze's spot.
Boy, I don't know. That's tough. Here's the 1-0. And it's in, and the count's 2-0.
I hope Stanton does hit one out. I'm confused on my scorecard.
Cruz in the 5 spot. Marte in Freeze's spot. And Green still in the 9 spot. Stanton waiting on a 2-0 pitch.
Basically what the mix-up did and what Ozzie caught, it took Craig out of the game and made them use their backup catcher to go play first base. And you would have to think, too, Joey Cora is always on the ball. That the two of them talk that over and pick that up.
Stan's going to get a 3-0 pitch here. And it's a breaking ball, believe it or not, that is low and inside.
Boy, there have been some strange pitches. How can you throw a guy a 3-0 breaking ball when the score's tied and it moves the winning run to second base? That tells me he has no confidence in his fastball. And obviously he stood out there for about 10 minutes during the delay.
Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach.
Gabby Sanchez is going to pinch hit.
Well, this with the double switch with Ruggiano. So the Marlins have Gabby in a big spot here. Hanley Ramirez at second. Giancarlo Stanton at first. Marte. It's down low.
Gabby's walk-off was against Houston. RBI double. That was the first walk-off here at Marlins Park.
You have great speed at second with Hanley Ramirez. Inside corner at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Holiday, good arm in left. Beltran, plus arm in right. And all the while, Heath Bell is hoping the Marlins bail him out. He gave up 4 runs in the top of the 9th. Through the roof. Greg Dobbs is on deck. 1-1 coming to Gabby Sanchez. Almost hit him. And it's 2-1.
At the very beginning, after Freeman got 1 out when Marte came in, we talked about his inability at time to throw strikes.
The 2-1. Gabby lines it foul.
Boy, great catch down there. Goes to his backhand really well.
Two and 2. Marte. Breaking ball up the middle, out there, and Cruz, the backup catcher, digs it at first base. And this game, as strange as it's been, is going to the 10th. by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. All that's missing in this one is a parade. Marlins Park, 6-6. Top of the 10th. Chad Godin coming out of the bullpen.
Well, there is some good news with Chad Godin getting loose. In extra innings this year, the Cardinals are 1-5. The Marlins are 6-1. That's the most extra inning wins in the National League.
Such an odd top of the 9th. Heath Bell giving up 4 runs to tie the game. And then the bottom of the 9th, after the Hanley Ramirez hit, the lineup snafu by Mike Matheny. He had to remove Alan Craig out of the lineup. And so what's left here is Descalso. Green is in the 9 spot. And for call, and it's Chad Godin who comes out of the bullpen. And his first pitch jams Descalso. Reyes makes the catch.
It's been a busy Chad Godin. And great to see 1 pitch, 1 out. Over the last 6 days, he's thrown 94 pitches in his appearances.
Now Green, who was part of the ill-fated double switch. A strike. Obviously that didn't affect the bottom of the 9th. Cruz handled the low throw on the double play pivot nicely, but who knows how it will affect the rest of the game. Green pulls one into left field. That's a base hit. And up comes for call now. The Cardinals, despite that lineup card mistake, seem to have all the momentum right now, having come from behind.
Well, 4 runs in the top of the 9th to tie a game will give you some momentum.
Absolutely. So they're living on borrowed time. For call now, who is 0 for 4. It will be interesting to hear Ozzie Guillen's comments on Marlins Live, if and when we get there. Pitch out, and Green's not running. Marlins give up a strike. For call, staring down at his third base coach, Jose Oquendo. John Buck looking into the dugout. And a throw to first.
Well, the Cardinals have some options here with speed at the plate. Pretty good back control and for call. Decent speed at first base.
Jason Mott, Cardinal closer. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rafael for call. And Godin runs that one outside. It's 2-1.
I was just checking, Rich, on Tony Cruz, the 25-year-old out of Santa Lucia High School up in Lantana. Went to Palm Beach Community College. Couple of games in his career at first base, 1 start, 10 total innings as a first baseman in the major leagues.
That's a fair ball, and it's trouble. into the corner. Ruggiano racing after it. On his way to third is Green. Round third, he's gonna score. And St. Louis has the lead, 7-6.
Yeah, for call, just attacks that fastball out over the plate. We've been talking all night about him leading the National Leagues as a leadoff man in RBIs. And this one, because it was a long way for Ruggiano to go, Green was able to score from first base.
RBI double for call. Here is Shane Robinson. He swings and misses. Some bizarre stuff in this one. Robinson, of course, involved when he was hit on the ball by Holiday with the bags loaded. He was the runner at first base. Check swing. Godin looks and fires to first. Call holds second.
You just tell by Chad Godin's actions, he's a good fielder, good athlete. Looked once, and then just in case Call was thinking about taking off, he looked again and then threw to first.
Holiday now, and a fastball up. Well, the Marlins coughed up a 6-1 lead. Cardinals got a run in the 8th, 4 in the 9th. The 4 coming against Heath Bell. And now they'll have to face Jason Mott. Holiday fouls it into the glove of John Buck. Probably the happiest to see Green come across to score was Mike Matheny, with what has transpired here tonight.
As you know, he'll have some answering to do as well.
Here's the 1-1. And Holiday went around. I will bet you, if you ask all 30 managers in Major League Baseball, it has happened to them at one point or another.
I know, looking back, the first year Don Mattingly took over the Dodgers, who had just managed briefly in instructionally Arizona Fall League. He had a few mistakes in that first year.
Freddie Gonzalez on Vuvuzela night had the miscommunication with the umpire. I believe Tony La Russa, it's happened to La Russa. One-two coming. Check swing. It's
foul
off
tip.
his hand.
Ooh, I thought it was a foul tip.
And Holiday's on his way to first base. Buck caught it. And it's a hit batter. And here comes Beltran. Yeah, that bottom forearm.
Yeah, the back arm, the right arm.
So the Cardinals now with runners first and second and 2 outs. And the Marlins are going to walk Beltran. And Joe Kelly is going to have to hit. So here's where that spot comes up. So this is where Marte resides. And so Ozzie Guillen and Joey Cora, by catching this, at this point, force the Cardinals to use Kelly as a pinch hitter.
Joe Kelly, who's pitching the third game of this series, as a hitter, He's just 0 for 3 this year.
Bags loaded, 2 outs. And a breaking ball for a strike. And it's 0-1. Of course, you saw Mike Matheny in the dugout. The good news for the Cardinals, they have a 1-run lead.
And as you pointed out, he has his closer, Jason Mott, ready to come in the game.
(0-2) to the pinch hitter, a starting pitcher, Joe Kelly. Godin. Slow tapper. Reyes throws and he beats it. Kelly beats out an infield hit, and it's 8-6 St. Louis.
One thing we learned about Joe Kelly, he can fly. He was reaching for that ball, the slow chopper. Reyes didn't quite get the good grip. I don't think it would have mattered. Joe Kelly was flying up the line. His first career major league hit.
Unbelievable. (8-6) St. Louis. And Godin misses outside to the guy that tied the game, Yadier Molina. His 2-run shot finished off that 4-run 9th inning. That came off of Heath Bell. All 4 runs coming off of Heath Bell in the 9th. And the Cardinals have added 2 here in the 10th.
All 8 runs have come in the last 4 innings.
On a night where the Marlins had jumped to a 6-1 lead, they had done all the little things right. With a 4-run lead, Guillen, who had used 4 relievers after Nolasco, turned the game over to his closer, Heath Bell. And Bell, in an inning's work, gave up 4 runs. 2-1. Molina with the bags loaded. The Cardinals trying to double switch. That got messed up. And even that has worked out in St. Louis's favor with Joe Kelly, who is slated to start later in the series, beating out an infield hit and adding to the lead.
He had 3 major league at bats. He was 0 for 3.
(2-2). And now Godin has gone full, 3-2.
There were some frustrating losses in early April. There have been some frustrating losses here in June. But if the Marlins can't come back here, this tops them all. Because of winning yesterday, because of starting out 6-1 lead and then blowing it, this will be the most frustrating loss of the year.
Breaking ball, he struck him out. And so the inning ends, and the Marlins, who seemingly had this one won, need 2 runs just to keep playing. And here comes Jason Mott. inning. Just don't ask how we got here, because it has been a strange ride. And for the Marlins, as Tommy pointed out, if it ends 8-6 or 8-7, it will be a crushing loss.
And they're going to have to do it off a tough right-hander, hard throwing. Jason Mott come up with a little bit of a cutter to go along with that hard fastball. He has blown 4 saves this year, but he does have 6 in the month of June.
So Mott comes in, Greg Dobbs, Omar Infante, Scott Cousins. Dobbs tonight has an RBI single. Marlins need a base runner. And Mott coming in for the save. The former catcher at Iona throws strike 1.
And the former minor league catcher in the Cardinal organization. You can see how he takes that stretch kind of at an angle, looks over his shoulder, and then pumps 98.
Oh, 0-2. Mott ready. And he rides one high, 98 miles an hour. The Cardinals have 8 runs on 12 hits. They've left 13 on. The Marlins have 6 runs, 9 hits, and the Fish have made 3 errors. 2 of those came on 1 play, the Hanley Ramirez mishap. Mott staring in. Looked like a cutter.
Yeah,
94.
It's a pitch that he's added this year. He worked on changeup and slider, but the cutter, usually in the low 90s, gives you an idea how hard he throws the fastball. We've already seen 98.
Two and 2. Right down the middle at 98. And he struck him out. And then Mott turned his ankle as he came off the mound and is now walking behind the mound. This is just a bizarre game. Mott telling Molina he's okay. Watch this.
Oh, the right ankle, as he walks off, just kind of rolls on him a little bit.
Well, Mott's okay. He's got an out, and here is Infante. Infante cracks one to left center. That's deep into the gap and off the wall. Infante's got a double, and the Marlins will bring the tying run to the plate. For Omar Infante, his 19th double of the season. That leads the Marlins.
We talk about that often, the quickness of the hands of Infante, and he can turn on anybody's fastball, and he displays that right there.
And that was close to getting out.
That is an area that's deep in this ballpark. A lot of ballparks, that's a home run.
Cousins and then Buck. Mott First pitch fastball is a strike. Cousins tonight has singled and doubled. Molina back out to talk to Mott. An improbable comeback by the Cardinals. A lineup snafu from Mike Matheny. It works in the Cardinals' favor.
Yeah, initially it looked like it worked in the Marlins' favor. Having to face the pitcher, pinch hitting, just his 4th at bat in the major leagues, Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly with an infield RBI hit. Cousins fights off a fastball. And it's 0-2. Jason Mott against the Fish has been dominant. Mott, who finished the World Series in Game 7 after giving up that 2-run homer in the 10th inning in Game 6. Cousins pulls that and fouls it. Josh Hamilton in that 10th inning in Game 6.
Well, last year, Mott was one of many that Tony La Russa used as his closer. He had 9 saves on the season. So this is really the first year, with the year beginning, that Mike Matheny said, all right, Jason Mott, you're my closer. That last pitch was that cutter, by the way.
And he's 0-2 on Cousins. Infante's at second. Mott, the 0-2. It's up. We're a Marlin dugout that 3 innings ago had a 6-0 lead and was feeling pretty good after a 9-0 win against Toronto yesterday. They handed the ball to Heath Bell with a 6-2 lead in the 9th. And now Jason Mott blows 99 by Scott Cousins.
You get 99 in under the hands, the location that this pitch was. That's not a pitch that Scott Cousins is going to get to. We talked about him being a good low ball hitter.
And so the Marlins now are down to John Buck. Justin Ruggiano is on deck. Buck, who homered yesterday early in the ballgame to set the tone in that 9-0 win. And he gets a fastball that rides in. 1-0. It's been a struggle for Buck this year. Hitting just .171. 2 years removed from an all-star season in Toronto.
That's why it's been good over the last 3 games, seeing him go deep. He went deep at Fenway Park. And then the home run that you talked about yesterday.
He had a rip there. Mott at 99. He's been living in the high 90s here, and it's 1-1. The Marlins talked about carrying some momentum over from yesterday, and they had done that at least for 8 innings. 1-1. It almost looked like the cutter at 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, anytime it's 95 or below and has.
How nasty is that?
That's nasty. That's early Mariano Rivera.
One and 2. Mott ready. The pitch to Buck. Ground ball into left. Coming home and scoring is Infante. And it's 8-7. Marlins will pinch run for Buck. And here comes Ruggiano. So John Buck battles. and pulls the ball into left field.
Well, what a nice night for John Buck, and what a good at bat against Mott there to pick up one more run. Fourth time tonight that he's been on base.
Well, the irony here is pretty thick. It's a one-run game, and the difference in the ball game is the infield single by Joe Kelly, the guy that Mike Matheny had to run out there as a pinch hitter because of the mix-up on a double switch. Now Ruggiano. 0-1. Brett Hayes is the runner at first. Cardinal outfield very, very deep. No swing. The cutter at 93. A ball and a strike.
Yeah, if it ends this way, Mike Matheny will just say, you know, that was just good managing.
The 1-1. It's out. And it's 2-1.
One of the other things circulating around, Rich, is that it could have been Bob Davidson's mistake. And how ironic would that be with the mistake he made up at Sun Life a few years ago?
Two-one pitch. It's out. 3-1. Jose Reyes is on deck. It's a one-run game in what has been a wild ride in Miami tonight. Cardinal closer Jason Mott. Justin Ruggiano. The 3-1. It's out. He walked him. Hayes to second. Ruggiano to first. Derek Lilliquist to the mound. The Cardinal pitching coach out to talk to Mott. And here comes Reyes.
We can just shake our head at this one.
It has been nuts. And Yadier Molina is doing most of the talking out there, with Lilliquist offering a few words of encouragement.
In tonight's game, with runners in scoring position, Jose Reyes is 2 for 2.
Jose Reyes now. You've got the tying run at first, or a tying run at second. The potential winning run, Ruggiano at first. Reyes is ready. Mott ready. He went after a high fastball and popped it foul and out of play.
Remember, too, with the speed that Reyes has, a little extra pressure on the infielders on a roller. They have to field it cleanly, make a strong throw.
Oh, and 1. Reyes struck out his last at bat in the 9th. And Mott has got him 0-2. Now he can run that cutter under his hands. I told you last year Reyes close and late was the best in the National League. This year he's done quite well. but he's 0-2 to one of the hardest throwers in the National League, Jason Mott. Hayes at second, Ruggiano at first. 0-2 coming. He goes after a high fastball. And right now it looks like if it's straight, Jose Reyes is swinging.
Yeah, he's trying to gear himself up. He's trying to cheat on the fastball. And when you do that, you end up swinging at pitches that are out of the zone. Look how high those pitches have been out of the zone, but he's fouled them off.
And so we'll see if Mott just sticks with the fastball. He has thrown the cutter. (0-2). Fastball lined into center field. Robinson makes the catch, and the Cardinals come from behind and in extra innings hold on. 8-7 is the final. In one of the stranger games you'll see, a lot to be discussed at the finish of this. And the difference, that man, Joe Kelly, with his first big league hit, an infield single that drives in the 8th run, and the only reason he came to the plate was an apparent lineup mishap on the Cardinals side. The big blow in this one to tie it. A 2-run shot, the Warren Henry drive of the game. Yadier Molina. And the St. Louis Cardinals win the first game of this series. For the Marlins, a crushing loss. Marlins Live, presented by Checkers, is coming up.